Hello, everybody. It is time for day 3 of our painting marathon. Welcome to Art Prof. We are a global art party. You can see here, I've got this glowing magenta underpainting. One of the reasons I wanted to try out this underpainting is because Lauren did this painting on a live stream a ways back. And you can see, if you look at the cheese grater on the right-hand side, she did start this painting with a super bright neon magenta. You can see some of it coming through around there, but it's also in another different areas as well. And I thought that I would give that a shot and see if I can get it to work for me. This is the reference photo that we are going to be using. And I did a couple things to the reference image that will help me with color. For example, I don't think I really want these types of colors, but I did want to see a color that was just more intense so that I could really get in the right frame of mind. And then later on, I did some of these sketches for thumbnails, and you can see I ended up doing a couple things. I zoomed in quite a bit, and I also cropped the top of the head, and the eye is really gigantic. I wanted to have this eye be the focal point of this portrait, and then this hand on the left to really be pulling dramatically across the face. I did come up with a very basic color scheme. I'm thinking that this figure is going to be a sickly yellow color with highlights of Naples yellow, the shadow mostly purple, but I do think I want some spots where it's going to lean a little bit more red. And then the background is going to be a very pale, glowing green. Tell me in the comments, are you going to be painting today? Or are you going to be eating Christmas leftovers on the couch? Maybe you're at the gym. I listen to a lot of podcasts at the gym myself. So tell me, where are you right now? What are you doing? And another reminder, everybody, that we also have the Discord. Now, if you go into the Discord, you will see we already have a lot of activity going on in here. And if all of you want to hop into the Discord, you'll see we have some cherries. These are by Marie. Look at that range of reds. So many, and they're just a little bit different from each other. Marie also did this landscape, which she actually started in one of the workshops. And I just love how luminous this is. We also have people getting ready. For example, Lisa has a wide range of different panels. You can see there's a lot of texture. I like how this one has a radiating surface. We also have, here you can probably see the color of the magenta underpainting a little bit better. This is abstract acrylic paints by Sennelier. And you can see here, I was going to do the magenta, but ultimately I decided to go with the neon magenta because I wanted to try something that was really going to shock me into doing a lot of stuff. And then you can see here more underpaintings. DB is working on an underpainting also done in acrylic. We can see a little bit of that orange peeking through. We also have Marley's, who is doing a linoleum block. How cool is that? And so all of these green sections you're looking at here, This is Marley's print, and it seems like there's also maybe some acrylic ink or wash on that side. So I hope that all of you are learning and seeing how other people are approaching different techniques. Because sure, I'm the one here on the live stream, but tell me in the comments, do you feel when you see other people's work that is being a response to the same prompt? I mean, I learned so much from that. And I also learn a lot from these work in progress. So we see here earlier, this was the first layer. And by the way, this work is from Ashwini. And then here we get to see how the paint has been built up from there. So if any of you are in the Discord, I highly recommend that you come hang out here. Michelle has done some reference photos and has got some great gestural strokes. I love how loose this is. So get into the Discord. If you don't know how to get into the Discord, the link to join is in the video description below. And if you also want to look at the Discord page on our website, that has more specifics for those of you who maybe don't know about Discord. This is the underpainting. We are going to move to using an artist panel again. This is from Ampersand. It's an all primed wood panel. No prep needed. You just get started painting. The paints I'm going to be using today, these are Gamblin artist oil colors. Yes, these are professional. And look at this. I had no idea. They come in this really pretty wood box. I feel like I would buy this just so I could have the box. It's really nice. And it comes with this little insert, but you can take them out. Look at that! It's like a beautiful container for my paints. All I have are ugly shoebox containers. And I also had a couple people who bought me some colors that were not in this set, specifically burnt sienna and also cerulean blue, which I cannot live without. So we're going to try these out. I also thankfully have a big tube of titanium white, which is going to keep me going. I have never used Gamblin before, and I'm also going to be using this Art Guard, which is made by Winsor & Newton. This is a barrier cream. It's to make sure the oil doesn't get directly on top of your hands. And it also makes it a lot easier later on to wash your hands. Who here has used Gamblin? Gamblin anything. I'm not just talking about oil paints, because it's a brand I've never used before. And I don't know why, because so many people use it. So tell me in the chat, what have you used by Gamblin? And if you like their stuff. I tried a little bit of it the other day, and I'm pretty happy with it so far. Okay, for the sketching part, I've actually decided I'm going to do less sketching than what I did yesterday. I'm going to do a looser, less specific sketch so I can rely more on the brushwork. I think I've been doing too much drawing. I need to get into the mindset of the brush, because with every one of these marathon days, I always end the day with, what could I have done better? What do I want to do next time? And I realized I was spending way too much time on that sketch, and it really delayed the amount of time I was able to start painting. Okay. Where's my phone? Oh, hang on a second. Let me go grab my phone, because of course it's not here. For now, all of you can take a look at the thumbnail. This should be called Artists Who Can't Find Their Alizarin Crimson Palette Knife and Phone. It would be a very accurate way to title this video. Okay, let's get going with the sketching part, and then I will get into the comments. So get your questions in there, and I will get to them later on. And a reminder, everybody, slow. It's what we're doing. It's what I'm doing. You can work fast if you want, but I'm not going to. I'm going to take my sweet time. The shadows are going to be purple. Although maybe burnt sienna would be nice, because burnt sienna is more saturated. And the slow includes my talking, trying to think through and not make all of you listen to my filler words. Okay, let's try, well, I have this mixture. This is left over from the other day, so I'm going to try this. And we're going to put quite a bit of the medium in here. This is the medium that I'm using, solvent-free fluid. This is from Gamblin, Safflower, oil-based medium, alternative to Galkid Light, extends colors, moderate dry time, mild vegetable oil aroma. And I feel like I can use more medium today, because yesterday the Geneva paints, they were so runny that it was sort of tripping me up a little bit. Where's my thumbnail? Oh, here it is. Got to keep that thumbnail available. Okay, I'm going to get in the bulk of the head. And the thing I want to notice is that in my thumbnail, the head is more to the right than it is to the left. So this distance has to be wider than this distance. Probably a little more than that. Gosh, I need a lot of medium because the paint is so thick. Yeah, such a different thing than yesterday. Kept running out of room for the hand when I was sketching. But I really do want this as close as I can. I'm already tight. I gotta move more. Try to do bigger strokes. I gotta get that neck in there, so just want to make sure there's space for that. Wow, this is going to take a lot of medium. And of course, I want to have my rag handy because I'm already changing the placement. He does have a tilt to his head. That's a really important thing. I think sometimes for some reason, we all like to even things out. Oh man, I need a lot of medium. Jeez. Yesterday, I was barely using any medium. Today, I'm using a lot because the Gamblin paints are so different. So what I'm doing right now is I'm just dipping my rag into the medium, so it's easier for me to get rid of that. So those of you who are painting with me, there's a pretty significant tilt, and I already think I didn't do enough. So this is the tilt that has to be there from the beginning. That's the type of thing that is a gigantic pain in the butt to fix later on. Jawbone is important. His hand is obscuring the jawbone, but I'm going to approximate that it's about here. So one thing you'll notice is that I am putting in anatomical structures that are not visible, but it's because I know in a portrait there is going to be a jawbone there. So speaking of anatomy, we're going to talk about anatomy today, everybody, but also human figure portrait stuff as well. Tell me in the comments, what has been your experience with anatomy, if you have none, or maybe you want to but haven't had an opportunity, or maybe you want to learn but don't know where to start. Tell us in the comments, where are you with that? Because I think some of you have seen I've started doing some new anatomy content. I haven't done a lot, but some of you may have seen I did post that video recently about the skull. The video was about 10 minutes or something. But that's more how I'd like to try it, because the anatomy series I did a really long time ago, that one was very lecture based. Now that I have a wonderful skeleton, I can change things. Tilt this a little more. I feel like, hopefully this doesn't mess up the view, but I feel like if I tilt it, maybe you guys will see better. And actually, I'm going to move my camera out a little bit more. And I'm going to move my light, because I think it's a little bit too bright. There we go. If you want to be on video, gosh, it made me regret never taking any film classes. I mean, I never thought I'd be interested in it. The only reason I started editing the videos is because I was like, wow, nobody else is going to do this. I guess I better learn. Which is oftentimes why we learn things. It's like, oh, well, I need to find somebody. Oh, I can't pay them. I need to learn to do it myself. I feel like I want to move it over an inch. I want this to be a little bit more compressed on that side. Yeah, I'm going to move it over. I need to keep that tilt. So I'm just going to take the exact same line I already have. I'm just going to move it over. Now is the time to make changes, because something like this, moving it over an inch, that is a giant hassle to do later on. I'm getting a little bit more paint because I need it to be more visible. The one thing I am putting in here is the cheekbone. The cheekbone is a very good landmark. So even though I'm not really doing much else, because I'm trying to really place things, that does become incredibly important. So here, this part, that is very important at this stage for me to do. So much for not spending so much time. Okay, I usually like to start with the nasal bone because it's a really strong skeletal structure. This part, he's got a very dramatic nose. And I'm going to block in about the shape of the eye socket, but I'm going to make it very big because I do have plans to exaggerate that. So that makes for one gigantic, looks like Spider-Man. I should send this to Jordan. He would be very happy. Actually, I'm looking at the eyebrows. So this eyebrow is about here, but I'm looking at it in relation to the other eyebrow. And this eyebrow is sort of dips downwards. That's the nice thing about the human figure. Things are symmetrical. So if you're ever wondering where to put something, just look for the other thing. There's also a slight tilt to the nose because this is not quite a straight on view. I'm going to make the mouth a little bigger than it actually is. Oh, and actually I got to bring up the chin. Chin's a little bit too high because I need the jawbone to be a little bit wider. Okay, let's briefly get in some of the indication of the hand. The hand is really hard to see. It's barely there. Okay, but that at least puts something there. Wow, I'm going to go through a lot of oil medium today. I was not expecting that. Okay. Oh, I shouldn't start with the fingers. That's dumb. I should get this big shape here, which is more like the palm. Oh, wow, that's way too small. Okay, it's got to be bigger. Okay, so if I just do the general direction of fingers, like I'm not trying to paint them, I'm just trying to map out where they are. And I love how dramatic this finger is, how it's really pushing across. And then this other finger sort of tucked underneath. I think that's too much, but yeah, I think it should be somewhere in between. It's being more like that. And I'm also going to look for, there's this one knuckle here, and that is a good landmark because if you don't have any landmarks, it's looking like a glove. See, if I look at these two fingers, I painted them so they're at the equal height, but that's not the case at all. This finger here is way lower. This finger is closer, and it's all the way up here. And actually, I need more down here. I feel like it got too small again. That's a lot of figure stuff is back and forth. Make it longer, make it shorter, make it longer again. Because I don't know, for some reason, a lot of people feel the pressure to like nail it the first time. I'm like, dude, I can't nail it the first time through. Okay, let's bring back his neck a little bit. This is the trapezius muscle. And I love these like little wrinkles he has. Aren't those fantastic? And I love these neck muscles, so I definitely want those to get in there. Here we have the separation. This is the trapezius muscle, and then this is the deltoid. Okay, that's not even close, but let me shoot a progress photo, and then I'll take a look at comments. All right, how are you guys today? Hope you're having a chill Saturday. I was going to go to the gym this morning. I was like, oh man, I am so trashed. I know I should. I was like, I need to rest. And a reminder, everybody, if you have a question, please put it in all caps. That will be a huge help to me because there's so many wonderful comments in here and I want to make sure I don't miss the questions. Scooter says, I've heard luminous radiant fluorescent pigments aren't light fast. Is it a bad idea to use them as the underpainting tone? In my mind, painting over might block any potentially negative effects. Yes, that is true. Neon paints are not light fast. It's a bummer. Although Lauren made a wonderful video for us. If you just look up Art Prof Neon, she made a video that talks about how to make things look fluorescent without actually using fluorescent paint. And a lot of it has to do with placing very muted colors next to colors straight out of the tube so they are at maximum saturation. But yes, this is not light fast. However, because it's an underpainting, I'm actually not that worried about it. I'm also not worried about it because this is a painting I'm doing for practice. I'm not doing this with plans to send this to a gallery or to sell it or something like that. Not a huge thing for me right now. I really mean it. I feel during this marathon, I feel like I'm learning to paint again. which I know sounds absurd. I've been painting for a long time, mostly during art school and the years after art school, before my master's degree. And then I started painting again in recent years, but I feel like I'm such a different artist than I was in high school and in college, that I just feel like a different artist comparatively to what I did in the past. Clarissa studied anatomy in med school. Oh my gosh, literally explored whole side of the human body, but it was very static. I did teach the artistic anatomy class in the illustration department at RISD. I was subbing for somebody because they were on sabbatical. And one of the components of that class was to take the students to the lab up at Brown University and to look at cadavers. And I gave the students the option. I said, listen, you don't have to go. You can opt out of this. But I was the professor. I couldn't get out of going to the lab. Honestly, it wasn't that bad. I think for me, it was just the lead up to seeing it, because you know what they did? This is what really freaked me out, actually, was they rolled out the cadaver, but it was covered in black plastic. And the guy at the lab is sitting there and he's telling us about the lab. I'm like staring at the cadaver, which is covered with black. And I'm like, oh my God. And so that moment when he, oh my God, that was really freaking scary. I mean, it was fine. Once I saw it, it actually looked quite fake. It wasn't such a big deal, but yeah, that was a little bit alarming. Thom is saying, can you give some tips for placement on the canvas? I have difficulty when I start on bigger sizes of canvas. I only used to paint on smaller sizes till now. Are you asking about where to put the subject on the canvas? If you can follow up, Thom, that would be helpful. But the main thing, if you're worried about placement, your answer is here in the thumbnail sketches. You can see how I changed it. The first one I did is actually this one. And you can see this one is extremely similar to the photo. This one I didn't use because I felt like it was too zoomed in. This one ended up being the better option. Placement has everything to do with thumbnails. Not every artist likes thumbnails, but if you've never done thumbnails before, absolutely give it a shot. And you may decide afterwards, oh, I don't like doing thumbnails. That's fine. But you have to try it. And I think a lot of people discover that a lot of fundamental issues that are very difficult to fix later are so easily and quickly resolved in a thumbnail. Because oftentimes people don't want to fix it because they've done too much work. And so therefore it feels like so much work to undo things, but you have to be able to do that. Like right now, I just move the head over about an inch. Like that is not something I want to do when I'm 30 hours into the painting and the face is fully rendered. In Moro says, which things to invest in? What stuff to ignore for now for new oil painters? Which paint brands are good professional quality but cheap? Those don't exist. The thing is, oil paints in general, do people agree with this? I think in general, paints are in the category of you get what you pay for. And I don't think that's true with other things. I think sometimes they're drawing materials that it's not you get what you pay for. Sometimes it is, but I feel like with paint, it pretty much always is the case. The most important thing is that you have a few professional colors. So what you could do is get a couple student grade if you wanted, and then buy 2 colors that are professional, because I used student grade for so long in art school. And then my senior year, I had a teacher who insisted on us buying professional oil paints, and I could not, oh my God. It was like shopping at Walmart and then shopping at Tiffany's. The difference between student grade and professional is gigantic. Tell me in the comments if people agree, because I'm sure it varies between brands, but very important to do that. The other thing I would say, you don't have to buy a lot of colors. Just buy primaries, blue, yellow, and red, and white. My preferred palette is 2 yellows, 2 reds, and 2 blues, because I will have something like, okay, this is cadmium red light. This is a very bright yellowy red, super saturated. Now this is alizarin crimson. This is a very deep, dark red, and it leans more towards a purple. And so if you look at these two colors, you will see how they are very good as partners. So you have two different reds that behave extremely differently. And the same thing goes with the other primaries. So for example, here, cadmium yellow light, and this is yellow ochre. You can see the yellow ochre, it's a very neutral yellow. It's dark. Cadmium yellow light is very light in value, and you can see it's very intense. And so that's why these are a great pair, because they're both yellow, but they get very different results. Although I did have a professor in art school, I'm not kidding, this is what he did. He walked into the room and said, okay, people, 3 colors. That's the whole semester. We were like, oh, look, what are we going to do? But you know something? I learned so much about how to mix. So I think if you're a beginning painter, it's a bad idea to get yourself 5 greens, because then you get lazy and you're not going to mix so much. I do think it's important that you invest in a palette that's good quality, because there are certain paints where I'm like, yeah, I'll use a disposable palette. But for oils, I really like glass palettes. And we do have a link in the description on how to make them. It's very easy. And I find them to be important. I know some people like doing other things, but for me, the glass palette was really fundamental in terms of learning about oils. So brands, Winsor & Newton's a pretty good brand. The Michael Harding oils, which I did on day 1, those are pricey. Gamblin, this set that I got, and thank you, by the way, to the person who got me this set. Oh, it's Louis. Okay, or Louis? I don't know how to say your name. I'm sorry. Louis got me the set. This set of Gamblin was $80, which honestly, for this many colors, that is a really, really good deal. That would be a good set. But you know something? The first time you get your supplies for oil painting, it's really expensive. But once you get the base things you need, it's really something that doesn't keep being that expensive all the time. Okay. Z is asking, how do you make sure you don't copy the reference too much? I am using a reference to this time. What helps me is sometimes exaggerating something. For example, the way that I am doing this, you can see I've made the eye very, very large. It's also a different composition. In the original reference photo, you can see that this is the composition. And if you want to make something more different, one of the first things to try is zooming in or zooming out, or combining reference photos is actually very common. It's actually not that common for me to only use one reference, but in this particular case, I really wanted to have room to work on the painting technique, because to me, this is not a painting that's about, oh, really complex composition. That Moulin Rouge painting you guys see in the back, that was a composition piece where I really spent a lot of time on that. We've got some wonderful suggestions, people making their experiences with oil paint for other people to hear. Okay, JJ, if you're saying you might paint, that means you have to paint. Tiffany's going to be painting. Manette at home. Yes, Manette, you were working on those turkey vultures. And remember, it's cool. Like Alexander, just hang out and listen today. Oh, you're drawing my cacao pods? Oh, those were so beautiful. The ones that I saw in Hawaii. Yeah, sorry, Jen. It's all oil this whole time. Tomorrow, I'm going to be using the water mixable oils, but the oils I'm using, they're all different brands and they are quite different. So hopefully that helps some of you do your research. KC says, I have used Gamblin Naples Yellow. It was very stiff coming out of the tube. Also used their oil ground. I like the oil ground being very smooth and slippery rather than how tacky gesso can be. I confess, everybody, I'm not a gesso fan. I really prefer these panels I'm working on and oil ground. Oil ground in the past, what I've done with it is you put a layer of rabbit skin glue on top and then you can put oil ground because the oil ground has oil in it. It's basically oil paint, but in general, oil ground is very, very stiff. It's not like juicy titanium white. Sarah says, Gamblin oils are great, but I can't live without Gamvar. Is Gamvar like a medium? Who here knows what that is? Because I've never used that before. Okay, so Anna's saying Gamblin are pretty expensive. I mean, oil painting in general is just not a cheap thing to work in. Welcome, Leifel. Leifel is asking, is slow dry acrylic medium close to actual oil? Not really. I would say, for me, oil and acrylic are such different beasts. I don't even feel like they're remotely similar. Who here feels that they are? That depending on the mixture or the materials or whatever, does anybody here feel like they can get oil-like effects with acrylic? I never have felt like I could, but I could be wrong. And how about vice versa? Oil painters, do you guys like acrylic? Because that's definitely a common thing that a lot of people work in acrylic first, they switch to oil. I sort of did the opposite way where I tried acrylic in high school, hated it, switched to oils, and then I stopped painting and I worked in acrylic over the past few years and now I'm back to oil. So it goes back and forth, depends on your workspace as well. All right, so we have some comments about anatomy. Deb says, I want to learn anatomy. My paintings of people still come out a little cartoony. You know something, Deb? It could also be other things. Because, yes, anatomy certainly will help you. But so much of the time that people have me look at their portraits and they show me the reference, I know that the reference is responsible for all their problems. Because oftentimes the reference, if it's been photoshopped, if it has terrible lighting, if the colors are really flat, you're shooting yourself in the foot. And it's difficult to get a good reference because most photos you get online are low resolution or they're photoshopped like crazy, or I would never work from an AI reference as opposed to real person. And we do have our free reference photo collection. This is from that. So if you're looking for portraits, go to our collection because we have a lot. I want to get more, but it's difficult to get people to pose for you. Okay, we also have Zayden says fluorescent colors picked up the taste during my clubbing years, spending all night under black lights. I used to sell UV jewelry. I love that you shared that. Did anybody see the second episode of Squid Game? They really were pumping up that pink, especially in the club scene. Sorry, I'm not trying to give spoilers. Okay, so Fom says, where to put the subject, I find it difficult to transfer from thumbnails to the big canvas. Okay, usually the reason why that happens is because people aren't looking at their thumbnails. There's been so many situations where I've seen students work really hard on thumbnails, and then they do a painting, it looks nothing like a thumbnail. And oftentimes it's because you're not looking enough. For example, if I look at this thumbnail, one thing that I looked very carefully at was the negative shape up there. So this negative shape is very small. And so if you look at your painting and those two shapes are similar in size, that's a problem. Now, another thing you could try, I know some people do grid it. I will grid it if I'm doing a really big piece. I did some drawings a couple of years ago that were 7 feet tall. Like, that's not somewhere where I want to guess, but it's about making comparisons. Like, if I look at this and I say, okay, I really want the chin to be here, but let's say I put the chin down here, you have to catch yourself. So I don't know how much you're looking at the thumbnail, Fum, but that's a huge difference. I find some people that they're just really not really looking at the thumbnail, because I think a lot of us, myself included, we go into La La Land when we're painting and we forget about those things. We may know those things, but we don't oftentimes remember to do it. And that's a very common issue, Fom. So I'm really glad you asked that question. Deb is asking, what brand of acrylics are among the best quality to use for underpainting? It depends. I used the acrylic ink in yesterday's underpainting, and the reason I picked that is because it was very thin. This acrylic paint that I used, this is the Sennelier abstract acrylic paint. And honestly, the only reason I use this is because I got this from the company and I don't really like this brand. So I'm using it for the underpainting. So that could be a reason. Use the paints you don't like as much. But I don't think the brand quality is that important for an underpainting. Okay, we'll come back to the comments in a little bit. Let's get back into this. You guys, there's 129 people watching. Isn't that amazing? I hope all of you are enjoying the marathon, because I certainly am. It actually makes my life easier, because usually I'm trying to balance production of video content between 7 people, which is a logistical challenge no matter what. I'm so lucky we have such an amazing staff, but keeping everybody organized and scheduled and all that administrative stuff, just takes forever. And so for me, this has been a really nice thing where I just, okay, marathon, that's it. I don't have to think about anything else. Okay, I need to get back into the hand. The hand is kind of a wreck. Again, I'm going to try not to do so much work, but I also feel like with stuff like anatomy, I do want, it's too much. I want to make that dark. And by the way, since we're talking about the figure, how many people here consider themselves to be an artist who does portraits or figure painting? And what do you love about the figure? Because if you told me portraits were the only thing I could paint, I'd be like, sure. Do you have a preference between figure or portrait? I think most people do figure drawing, but I feel like figure painting is not as common. It's harder, for sure. This hand is the most bizarre. It's super distorted. It's almost like it looks so weird in the photo to begin with that you can't really draw it correctly. It's just so, I mean, the fingers almost look like they're broken or something. But I feel that this part, I do need to spend some time on the anatomy. I think the face is a little bit easier, but the thing about the fingers is that it's pretty complex. Let me make this a little bit darker on my camera. I feel like it's a little too bright. Maybe you guys can't see it as well. Yeah, it doesn't quite capture the major neon feature, but let me take a photo and put it in the Discord, and then you guys can see it better because it looks sort of orange on the screen. Remember, head over to the Discord and see what's happening. And some of you may have seen, hopefully you can see, I've never done this before, but we do have a goal today for super chats. For the first 3 hours of the stream, we need super chats because I need new brushes, like really badly. It's like, why did I not think about brushes? And I'm really happy that I talked to Kathy Speranza and she gave me her list of brushes. I was like, yes, why didn't I ask her about this sooner? And so now I have trusted professional, her advice about what brushes to get. And I really need new ones because, oh, some of these are awful. Mostly, I think I didn't take care of them very much. And it's my fault. But I think with the new way of painting that I'm trying to explore, which is basically wannabe Kathy Speranza, I'm realizing that I need softer brushes. The brushes I have are all these very coarse bristle brushes, and I think those are holding me back from trying out a range of techniques that I think will be helpful. So we just need 20 super chats that are $5 each. Or of course you can give more, but I really need to replenish my brushes. So I'm hoping if we get enough from super chats today, I can make a trip to the art store tomorrow and talk about them on the live stream because she gave me a wonderful list. I don't know that book is going to have all of it, but at least I can get a few and not be suffering through these bad brushes. I feel like the hand looks really small. Should I feel like I should make it bigger. Ugh, so annoying. All right, let's do it. This is the stage where people don't like to make changes because it's like, ugh. But it's not difficult at this stage to do that because it's so light. And I think part of it is that people don't like the feeling of backtracking. And that's what it feels like. Right now, I'm backtracking, sure. But think about what a pain this would be to fix later. That's the main thing you're trying to really emphasize. It's too high. Oh my God, I gotta wipe it out. I'm just gonna wipe it out. Ugh. Yeah, the fingers all the way over here. Oh, geez. Oh, I'm glad I noticed that. Okay, but actually this crease comes down. Okay, and then this finger is like over here. Okay, wow. That was super off. Oh my gosh, I'm so glad I looked at that. Because this is a pretty critical moment in the painting. Do people here, do you guys like drawing hands? I know some people really don't like it. People are like, yeah, the hands are in the pockets. Like, awesome. It's a great way to resolve your issue. Because I find them difficult, but I also think they're extraordinarily expressive in a way that other things are not. My favorite hand drawings are absolutely Kathy Kollowitz. If you don't know who Kathy Kollowitz is, say me. I'm curious because people learn about artists in so many different places. And in my opinion, everyone on the planet, not just artists, should see a Kathy Kollowitz drawing. There's nothing like it. Just the emotional depth. Oh, I wish my work was like that. So what's interesting is that there are artists I admire, but I don't wish I were them. I'm like, I wish, well, I don't wish that I had her life. She had a very difficult life. But I do wish that I was her. I don't feel that way about all artists. Okay, now it just feels like a giant mess. Ugh, I knew the hand was going to give me a lot of trouble. This was quite clear was going to be the case. Oh, it looks really bad. Oh my God. I don't even know like what's where. I think I got to go in with a darker thing. Yeah, it's getting so muddled now. I have to start making things more clear. Who else here is painting Ken? I do have a video with Ken. If anybody wants to look up artist model, well, look up Art Prof artist model. You can hear Ken speak. Sorry, that made it sound like he's a robot. I love Ken. He's fantastic. He modeled for my RISI classes for years and years. Him and Linda and Lori, they're also in the reference photo collection. So nice when you have great models to work from. Okay, let's really clean this up. So I'm going to go in with some darker colors. And this will then. If anyone here is painting Ken, are you having trouble with the hand? I'm not trying to get it accurate, but I want that grip to be really strong. And the wrist is, I guess it's sort of there. Okay, that's better. It was so small before. I'm glad I changed that. I feel like that would have been really bad if the hand was way too small. And again, here's that knuckle. Very, very important to include. It's also tricky because he's got some folds of skin that are sticking out. You have to decide, okay, like this is skin, this stroke here. This is not. This is some of the skeletal structure. So even a couple strokes like that is helpful. I gotta step back. Let's see. If you're painting, step back with me. Look at your stuff from a distance. I think the fingers are too short. Let's make them a little longer, but I gotta move on because I think I'm spending too much time on the fingers, and it's gonna cost me. All right, let's move on to the rest of the head because yes, I definitely spent too much time on that. Looks like we've got some super chats. Everybody, thank you so much for your amazing support. It's incredibly helpful to us because doing these streams, I need those supplies. Wow, thank you so much, Taraboo. Also to Anne and Art with Alexander, Mina, Mice, Wonder and Kathy, Sonnet, Angela, Anna. You guys are amazing. Thank you all. Hopefully we get enough to get those brushes because I'm dying here. Brushes are really, really bad. And actually, in our very old oil painting video, I suggest to clean the brushes by doing this with all the stuff. And there are so many people who are like, that's horrible. What are you doing to your brushes? And I was like, no, this is how you do it. And now I'm like, yes, that was dumb. That was super dumb. Like, why was I washing my brushes like that? Like, that was super stupid. But now I'm learning. And the other thing, too, is that when I was in art school, I used the coarse bristle brushes. But now I'm realizing that a lot of the techniques, like Kathy's, I can't do them with these very coarse brushes. I need ones that are nice and soft. So hopefully we will hit that super chat goal and I'll be able to go to the art store, get some of those brushes, because I'm very curious about Kathy's supplies, about what it is about her brushes. And actually she recommended, has anybody here used Old Holland oils? She said she uses Michael Harding, Old Holland. I feel like maybe Gamblin. I know she likes Flake White. But I'm really hoping, and because she also is the person who recommended panels instead of canvas. So yes, I'm just blatantly want to be Kathy Speranza. Thank goodness she's my friend. Then I don't have to be jealous. Okay, you guys, confession time. Who here feels jealous of an artist? And I don't mean like, oh, you think they're great. I mean like they're great and you're super jealous. You don't have to tell me who. Just tell me, is there an artist where it's like bad jealousy? See, Kathy, she's my friend. I can't do that. There are a couple of people, though, in my life that I am sort of terribly jealous of. I'm not going to say who, but there's at least two that I can think of that I'm like horrifically jealous of. And I feel very embarrassed to tell all of you that. But it's true. And I think it's okay to say that. You know, some people have said to me, they're like, oh my gosh, you're such a bitter person to feel jealousy. Aren't you proud of everybody? I'm like, I want to be, but the human part of me can't help it. I know it's bad to have, everybody's like, that negativity will eat you up. I'm like, I can't help it. It's just how I feel sometimes. And most of the time, it doesn't have a lot to do with the type of artist they are. It's more like they got something that I really wanted or felt was so out of my reach that I would never get it. But then they got it when they were like half my age. And ugh. But you know something? Here's the thing. It's always my peers, people my age, that I'm jealous of. People who are my students. And it's fabulous because I have some students who have been in the industry a while now and who are killing it. And I'm super proud of them. But if they were my colleagues, that would really bother me. Although Kathy is a slightly older generation than mine. I'm Gen X. Tell me in the comments, what's your generation? Because according to YouTube, it's people between the ages of 18 and 35 that watch us most. That's the YouTube analytics, but who knows if that's actually true. I guess it is. It gets that stuff from somewhere. Okay, who here can justify my terrible negative thoughts about other artists being more successful than me? And thank you, Joanna, for the super chat, and Scooter and Fom. You guys are amazing. Anna reminds me, be the best version of yourself, not Kathy or anyone else. Well, here's the thing. The thing about Kathy Speranza, I want so much to learn her painting technique. So it's not so much that I want my work to look like hers as much as she's the first person painting in oils where I felt like, wow, I want to learn that technique. Now, ultimately, where that technique goes in the context of my work, it could go anywhere. But in terms of the technical stuff, the materials, the brushes that she uses, the approach, that's the painting sensibility that I feel is the best fit for what I want to do. And I never really had that in art school. I don't feel like I saw a painting technique like that. So that's more what it is. Yes. Hopefully. I think it's enough now. I have no idea. Is anybody doing the math? Does it show you how close we are to the goal? I wasn't sure if it does that or not. I've never done the goal thing before. It's a new feature that YouTube just introduced. Okay, Beth, the artist, is, oh, looks like JJ took care of it for me. Awesome. You guys are great. Yeah, Kathy Kolowitz. Anytime I say something and I am not clear about it, definitely ask me questions, or I'm sure other people in the chat know. That's the awesome thing. Bored Mollusca says, you deserve them. Thanks for sharing your time with us. We'll subscribe. The new year is one of the followers I've been watching. Hope to do so sooner. Gamblin is good. Hope you get more. Thank you. That's it, Sonnet. Ethereal. Because I think I have succeeded in the past in terms of making ethereal drawings, but I don't think I've achieved it with painting. And I think largely because the work I did in art school, it was very opaque. I don't think I did enough in terms of glazing, layering, and transparency. Way too opaque. Luna's asking, I would love to make a full illustration again, but I have no idea how to do it or go about it. It's really helpful to give yourself a prompt. We do have a huge list of illustration prompts. If you go to artprof.org and you type into the search bar illustration curriculum, I think it's part 2 of the curriculum that has a huge list of illustration prompts. And basically, anything you see out there which was done by an illustrator. For example, you could say, okay, I want to illustrate the cover of the New Yorker. I want to do an illustration for the Google Doodle. Or maybe I'm going to create an illustration for a restaurant mural. Whatever it is, give yourself that prompt and then head over to our website again. I know we're biased, but look at our brainstorming track. Just type that into the search bar. That will teach you how to do thumbnails and all of that concept work, which is really important for illustration. Harry's jealous of Bernini. I like how it's a category, Z. Any artist younger than my age or my age and then better than me. Yes, see, Tarabu, I am mean-spirited, you guys. I'm very nice here and I'm nice in the classroom. But if you know me as a personal friend, oh gosh, it's dark. Danielle says, I'm really jealous of many artists. I truly love them, but I can't help to think I wish I could have their artistic vision or their drive or the exhibits that they do. My jealousy has shifted. I think a long time ago it was about exhibitions. I stopped exhibiting. I'm just like, I don't want to do it anymore. And that's okay. I have different goals. And for a long, long time, I was very jealous. People who would interview for a tenure track position at RISD who were 26. They were 2 years out of grad school and got the tenure track position. That always made me extremely frustrated. So Addie says, I love Emgran oils. I supplement my colors with Gamblin when I want to try a new color. I've never tried Emgram before. I would love to try that brand someday. Do you ever wonder who is jealous of you? I have not thought about it that way. I guess it's hard to see the other side of the fence. Thank you, Jess. You're just validating me. To be jealous is to be human. Thank you for being human. Oh, I have no problem being human. These people with perfect lives, that is not me. Oh, wow, we have a lot of Gen X. Okay, Gen Z, Millennial. Wow, a lot of Gen X here. That's really cool. Oh, we do have a boomer here, Gen X. 80s. That says it all, doesn't it? It's like trying to explain my kid the other day. I was like, yeah, there used to be one phone and it was in the house. Nobody had their own phone. Yes, M. Borg, I am talking about Kathy Speranza. And if you guys want to see our charcoal and pencil tutorial with her, just go to our website, artprof.org, and type roses into the search bar. Fom is asking, who are your favorite artists for figure painting? Definitely Lucien Freud. The thing about Lucien Freud is I don't want to paint like him, but I love his paintings. They're muddier than I would like my paintings to be, but I think they are extraordinary. Jenny Saville, for sure. I feel like I'm leaving somebody out. I do really like, what's his name? Paul Rubens. Yes. I like his female figures. They're very gelatinous looking. That he's just so good at flush tone. Peter Paul Rubens. And I'm sure I'm leaving some others out, but off the top of my head, those are some of my favorite figure painters. We also have Bo says, I use a large and small palette on my table to mix on. New Wave wood palette when standing. I keep paints on the small glass palette to put in the freezer between sessions in a Masterson container. You know something? I've never done that before. Put it in the freezer. How many people here have done stuff like that? I guess I don't paint with giant blobs of paint. And so usually at the end of a painting session, I have enough time to use that paint over the next few days. And so it's not common for me to toss big amounts of paint, but I know some people really like doing the freezer thing. So tell me in the chat, what does the freezer thing do? Because I think it keeps the paint fresh, but I don't know a lot about that. So I'd love to hear about that from people. Barolina says, would you consider trying water mixable oils? Cobra, Schmincke, Winsor Newton. I do have the Winsor Newton ones, and I am going to use those tomorrow. It's been a long time. I used them initially a couple of years ago because Winsor Newton sent them to me. And it's been so long that honestly, I have no idea what I'm going to do with them. I am going to work on a figure painting that I started with them a really long time ago. I feel like that figure painting is like 2 years old at least. It's been forever since I got back into it. Oh, we do have more boomers in here. Awesome. Great to have all of you guys here. Kathy says, is figure painting different from painting whole people doing things? I love painting people, not so sure about, quote, the figure. Oh, yeah, anything that has a person in it. That would be figurative painting. Although there is subdivisions, like you could say, okay, painting nude figures is very different than, say, painting narrative scenes of people doing things. Like Eric Fischel is a contemporary artist. He's very much a figure painter, but his scenes are eerie. They're not pretty looking. It's not like Venus of Urbino from Titian. It's nothing like that. Neil, I will get back to you because I haven't gotten deep into the Gamblins yet. Okay. So reminder, everybody, if you have a question, write question in all caps, because that way I won't miss it. I'll try to remember to get to everybody, but sometimes there's so many comments I can't get to everyone. Okay, we need to get structure in the chin area. He's got this very pronounced chin, which is going to help me quite a bit. He's got a cleft chin as well. You guys know who else has a cleft chin? Aaron Tveit. Aaron Tveit has a beautiful cleft. Oh my God. He's in this new series. I don't know how to say it. Earth Abides. I haven't watched it though. Too busy painting. See, that's how important you guys are to me. Instead of watching an Aaron Tveit TV show, I'm painting. That's how you know. That's how you know I care about you. And yes, I am dying inside that the Hugh Jackman Radio City tickets, the cheap ones, like the ones in like the last row, are $300, and the decent ones are like $1,100. I'm like, who are these people? Who has that kind of money to drop on a live performance? Like, not me. Okay, up here I've tilted things. You can see this eyebrow is very high, this one's very low, and so that does tilt some of the wrinkles in his skin. I'm going to paint a little darker. Oh yeah, I like that. Okay, good. And you can see the wrinkles on this side, they get quite complicated. And I like how back here, on the back of the head, there's also some wrinkles over here. I feel like that's too bulgy though. We'll cut it back. It looks too much like a muffin top or something. Ah, that's better. Okay, that feels more like a skull. Let's get the mouth to tilt up a little bit more. I can't believe we're only in day 3. I don't know, the painting marathon, it's like, it's so intense that I feel like I've been painting for a long time, and that's a good thing. I like feeling like I put in real time, because I have. So far, the streams have been 4 hours. I'm trying to train myself to say that the streams are going to be a minimum of 2 hours, 4 hours, but who knows? Oh, actually here, I'm going to move the finger down. I want a little more space for that cheek. So let's get the finger a little bit lower. Ah, that's better. Oh, I like that. That's good. All right, so let's get, because I want to show that like impression. And actually, there's some wrinkles coming this way. That's getting there. Okay, let's get back to the hand. The hand is so weird on this side. Oh my God. Knuckles. Knuckles are very important in the hands. If you're going to draw anything in the hands, draw the knuckles. They are what's going to keep things structured. Gosh, this looks really ridiculous. I love painting the figure. The figure is my absolute favorite thing to paint. Tell me in the chat, what is your favorite thing to paint? Is it Hugh Jackman? I actually haven't done a lot of fan art of Hugh Jackman. I like drawing Aaron Tveit better. I don't know. It's sort of weird. I guess I just feel like he's so famous. It's a little bit harder to do a portrait when it's somebody who's that famous. But also Aaron Tveit has been in all those Broadway shows, and I just love the color schemes. And They're just a lot easier, I guess, for fan art. Yeah, so what do you like to draw? It could be fan art, it could be any other subject, or some people like doing those online challenges. Anybody do Inktober this year? I would not last one day. I feel like I would think about it. I would think about doing Inktober, but that's where it would end. I'd be like, oh, it'd be kind of nice, but then I wouldn't do it. This is getting kind of crammed. I might have to lift the hand up a little bit because I don't want to have that. Yeah, let's give that a little bit more space. Okay, we need to have this go like, it's kind of awkward. That doesn't work. This is a really awkward lower left-hand corner. I'm not quite sure what I'm going to do there. Because I feel like this is too small for that hand. Although maybe if I stop it here, maybe if I make this negative space, this is the negative space. Maybe that could help. It's weird because in this particular image, it almost looks like it's somebody else's hands, and I think that could be really confusing. Gotta step back. If you're painting, step back with me. Stepping back is hugely important. Maybe, oh, I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to lift the arm. I'm going to make it more go across. Let's just lift. I'm going to cheat. It doesn't actually look like this. But this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to move it up. So it's, that's, oh, yeah, that's it. Okay. And then, is that better? Oh, I gotta move up the knuckle. That's better. Although now this finger needs to change. It's a lot of movement. See, now this one needs to go higher too. There's just so much rearranging that I don't think is necessary when it comes, like landscape. Nobody's going to care about the proportion of a tree. Like, oh my God, that tree is too wide. Like, we don't usually say things like that. But for figure, absolutely, we do say things like that. Okay, I'm going to clean this up a little bit. Let's see how that's going. Okay, a little more neck stuff. Like there's a pretty strong area there. I just want to get it a little darker so it's easier to see. And let's get that chin really solid. The chin got lost. This is so fun. Oh my God. You guys, I love this. We need to do more of these so I have an excuse to just sit down and paint for 4 hours at a time. Because I never make this time for myself. And now I'm like, why? Like, I know I should. I never do, though. Those of you who are painting, has this been a good way for you to carve out time to work? Oh, I think we're almost there. I feel very good about the hand now. The hand was really bothering me earlier, but now I feel better about it. Oh, I didn't resolve this thing. Okay. Let's really clear this out. Okay, so if we have the neck. Oh, good. This is going to work, everybody. That's the trapezius. And then here's the deltoid. Is that no? Should be lower. All right, let's take a reference so people can see just how this is looking. And again, this is getting posted in the Discord for everybody to see. By the way, let's see what is happening in the Discord, everybody. Where's Discord? Okay, here it is. All right, in the Discord, we see Feng did some gestures. Look at that. Oh, what a beautiful structure in the face. And I like how light the touch is. Feng. I don't know if I'm saying your name right. I apologize if I'm not. Oh, okay. So Feng started the 2500 challenge. Fantastic. Yeah, so Feng, the way I did the underpainting, it was just that one color. It was this one, the abstract acrylics, and it's a bright magenta. Ooh, Lisa. Nice texture. Look at how gooey that is, everybody. Yum. Sarah's working on a portrait commission tonight. Fantastic. Oh, wow. Those are beautiful strokes, Sarah. I love, they're so delicate, but then you have this really intense eye. That's a very good contrast. Baby snail. This is how far I got until now. Let's see how it goes. Oh, it's a beautiful landscape. It looks like the Tower of London. I don't know if I'm correct, but great perspective in the bridge here. You can see that the diagonals have been done very well. It's very convincing in terms of showing the depth. We have Scylla and Luperoni. We also have DJ Poopy, who is working on a piece that has, wow, this is super intense and drawn entirely from imagination. See, this is the type of thing I could never draw this way. So this is something where I can admire it, but it's not the same thing as me wanting to be able to draw with this particular technique. So there's different reasons why people look at artists. Okay, Luperoni is working on this. So many layers in here. It looks like, oh, this is the side of a notebook. And we also have some collage going on in here. Nice. Anna, working on the family portrait. Oh, great to see your progress on this, Anna. Anna did start this in a workshop, and it's been really cool to see the progression. I really liked it, Anna, when you added the glasses. The glasses gave them so much personality. Okay, Michelle has a sketch going. Nice gesture. It really is possible to do gesture drawing of a landscape. People think about gesture drawing oftentimes in terms of figures, but you can do a gesture of everything. Green cardstock for your thumbnails. Wow, that means it was meant to be, Lisa. You and this green underpainting. And by the way, everybody, what you're seeing in the Discord, people are doing it in real time. And this is very similar actually to the way that we do our workshops, where we have a live session and I'm on voice, so you get to talk to me as well. And people post their progress as they go. And you also get 2 weeks of written support. I've recently started doing critiques using voice recordings. So instead of a typed out critique, what you get from me in the Discord for workshops and an art club is I will record an audio recording and then I will post the recording and the transcript. And that's a way of getting critiques that I think is more fun. It's great to get a written critique, but I do think it's a little different when you get to hear the person's voice. Okay, so Sketch Pause, Dave, is working on, oh yes, I do see some Caravaggio in there. We can tell from that feather. Only Caravaggio would make such a big deal out of that. Oh, I really like this, Manette. You're saying that it's mushy, but I love the head. Look at that beautiful glow. I mean, I think watercolors have to start out mushy. Nobody starts with tons of detail. Wow, there's so many comments here. We have Hedge in here who is working on something that has a lot of gorgeous variation in line. And oh, cool, Addie, you're doing another photo of Ken. That's great. Good start with the marker drawing. Wow, you guys are like making this happen. Okay, I'm going to scroll down to the bottom so I can see the most recent versions. Okay, this is DB. I like how squiggly your brushwork is. We also have Tara, who's doing Ken as well. Ooh, I like this deep, dark impression. And great range of purples. So many purples in there. This is Kevin, who is doing thumbnails. I love the strokes you're getting with the markers. Okay, and that was the Caravaggio, Peppa Lesson. Super intense oranges. Look at that. And we also have Nani, who says, 2 years I hated a lot, but I want to finish or something. I know that feeling where you're just like, oh, I just want to be done. But I love these strokes in here. They look very gooey, the way you've done that brushwork. Okay. Oh, Lisa did get started. I love the composition. It's so wacky and bold. Great. Let's see what else is happening in the comments. And remember, if you have a question, type question in all caps. So that way I can see what it is you're talking about. Well, good, Daniela, because you should. I'm very proud of our Discord. I really am, because we have amazing moderators who, many of them have been with us for several years, and they care so much about the community and keeping the Discord safe and inclusive. That's extremely important to us, because the Discord is where it's at. I mean, of course, you're all here on YouTube, but in Discord, I can give you so much more, which is why I recommend, if you want to hang out with us and talk to us on voice and do all those cool things, we do have workshops, but also art club. Super fun. This is basically a 24/7 art party. It's a much smaller group. The public Discord, gosh, I think we have over 13,000 members, which is a lot. It's harder to get to know people. So art club is a smaller group. You have open studios voice sessions, which is basically what people are doing right now, but we have scheduled times. We also have voice discussions with staff, so you get to talk to Lauren and Jordan and Deepti and myself, and there's no critique rule. You can just critique and get feedback. In the public Discord, you have to give 3 critique comments in order to be able to post, but in Art Club, you can just post away. Okay, looks like we've got some good information here about freezing points. Bo's explaining, okay, paint will not freeze in most home freezers. Be sure to check yours. My paints flow right out of the freezer. Oh. I love how there's multiple languages going on here in the chat. It's really fun. Amanda's asking, I've been trying to get back into the Discord, but it keeps saying the mobile option doesn't work. Is there another way? I guess I'd have to know specifically what the issue is. Amanda, if you want to email me, I can help you figure it out. Sorry that you're having trouble with that. Mice says, I borrowed all my glass palettes to a local school I teach at, so I'm itching so bad after oil painting right now. Thank you so much for the encouragement, Butter. Because you know something, I can't do everything. When all of you support each other, it's even better. The Discord link, it's in the video description below, so you can find it there. There's a link on our website that explains the Discord, but if you already know Discord, you can just click on the invite link, and that will get you in there. Weekly marathon, please. Oh, I wish. You guys, I am not 23 anymore. The aches and pains. Oh, I am thinking maybe once a month because it's really exhausting doing this. I love it. I'm not saying I don't like this, but it's exhausting. It takes a ton of prep work, and we need the supplies and stuff to make it happen. So we'll see. This marathon, it's an experiment. We've never done anything like this before. So my thinking is we will do this marathon, and then when the dust settles, we'll take a look at the numbers and weigh if this is worth doing again, and we'll listen to you. So tell us in the comments if there's things that you think would make the marathon better or smoother, or if there's another way we can deliver information for people, let us know. I mean, if Art Prof made more money, I could probably do a lot of those things, but we have to keep the lights on. And so oftentimes it means me doing a lot of things I don't like doing, but have to be done in the name of keeping up our revenue. Oh, so Minette says, marathon has broken me out of my rut. I've been stressing about work, and marathon gives me something to look forward to every day. I scheduled sessions around this as much as possible. Oh, that's great. Although maybe if all of you bother me enough, Lauren has figured out that works. If you bother me enough, I might just give in. My kids have definitely, they're like, okay, I'll just keep poking you until you give in. So we'll see. A lot of it, to be honest, depends on revenue. That's what drives all of this, because we're still shoestring budget, not easy. Harshita is asking, what kind of cloth do you use to wipe off the paint? Oh, they're old t-shirts. I mean, you can use anything for a rag. I do really like those blue shop towels. You can get them at a hardware store. They're sort of like really strong, fabric-y paper towels. You can wash them, which I've never done, which I should. But anything that works. I mean, regular paper towels are bad. I wouldn't use those. Thank you so much, Suna, for the super chat. I love today's subject. So expressive and interesting. Great. Yeah, this is a good point from Luna. I love portraits, but the ones on Pinterest are too pretty. I want dynamic, interesting faces. The way I see it, you could think about a lot of those Pinterest images the way you think about how a lot of contemporary music now uses auto-tune. We didn't have that decades ago. And I was reading some article about a music journalist from the 80s, and he said that because music is so heavily processed often, I mean, I'm not saying every musician now, I'm just saying a lot of it is, that when you listen to old recordings when there was no auto-tune, he said it has a very different sound. And that's sort of how I feel about those Pinterest images, is that they're auto-tuned in a way. They're tweaked to look and sound a certain way, but ultimately what you end up with is things that look really homogenous. I've looked at Pinterest just because here and there I'm using it or people show it to me, and it's like everybody is young with a lot of makeup on and airbrushed. It's like I want to draw real people. Like I don't want to draw people that are all spruced up and have had filters put on the photo. Like I'm not interested in that. I mean, sure, some people maybe that works for them. I don't really like that. I like raw photos with nothing else. In our reference photo collection, I shoot them all specifically because I know I want them to be references. That's different than shooting like a nice artful photo. And the other thing is some of them I Photoshop because maybe they're a little dark, but that's it. I don't do anything else to those reference photos. Oh, cool. Beth likes wildlife. I haven't really drawn a lot of animals. Beth says, when I search Kathy Kollwitz, an old German woman comes up that died in 1945. Yes, that is exactly who she is. Christina says, what are shop towels? I'm in Australia, so I don't know what they are. They look like paper towels, but they're blue, and you get them at a hardware store. If you guys go to my Amazon wish list, it is listed on there, and that also is in the video description below. You don't have to have them. It's just they're very durable. That's the difference, is that they will last a long time. And yes, as Amanda says, you can wash them. Jazz is asking, is that a desktop art easel? What do you look for in an easel? This is not a desktop easel. It's very tall. Actually, let me take a picture and put that in the Discord. Oh, actually, I forgot to put some of those other photos in the Discord. So let me get some of those in right now. Here we go. But it's a tall easel. Let's see if I can get a photo of it. Yep. And the only reason I have it is because Frederick sent it to me a long time ago. It's not my favorite easel. It's not very stable. Like even here, it's a little rickety. I have a very big stable easel downstairs, but it's huge. And I don't really have space in here. I guess the only thing I look for in an easel is that it's stable. And this one is not. It's been a really long time since I bought an easel. So tell me in the chat who here has an easel and what kind is it? Because there's so many types. Bo is asking, have you tried Flake White Replacement by Gamblin? Oh, I never heard of that. Interesting. Maybe somebody here knows about the replacement Flake White. Yeah, Harry's asking about streaming on Twitch. Honestly, I can't handle another platform. We have so many platforms, and we have a big audience here on YouTube, and I know that on Twitch I would have to spend time really doing it, because it is true with these platforms, if you don't put stuff regularly, your channel will die. I mean, I have the Clara's Art Adventures channel, which is not my main thing. I just post there when I feel like it. It's not something, but it doesn't get any activity. Like if I don't post, nothing happens. And so I just don't have time to do that with Twitch. Okay. Let's get started with mixing some colors. Okay. I'm going to take my rag and I'm going to wipe this down because I think it's getting really dark. I just feel like some of that might get in the way. Just want to clean it up a little more. By the way, everybody, did we hit the goal? Does it show you? I have no idea. Never done this before. Again, brand new YouTube feature. But tell me if we hit the goal for the brushes. because I really need new brushes. They're really bad. Okay. The color scheme I have, well, let's go back to the thumbnail. Okay, this is the thumbnail. And I was thinking a very pale green in the back. Naples yellow for highlights. Maybe some glazes of a really, I guess I'm thinking jaundice, like a sickly yellow. And then the shadows will be purple because complementary to yellow with a little bit of dark maroon. That's what I'm thinking right now. Who knows if I'm going to stick with that, but I'm going to think about that. And then the other thing is this James Ensor painting, which I saw at the Getty Museum in Los Angeles. I can't remember the title. It's something like Christ Entering Brussels. Something like that. Maybe somebody wants to look that up. Just look up James Ensor, the Getty, and you'll find this painting. But one of the things I was doing when I was there was I could not believe the texture of the paint. Because look at this. The close-ups I'm showing you are the individual faces in here. Does everybody see the little yellow face at the bottom? That's this. Look at that texture. Look at that. I don't have plans to paint this thick. I don't think that's a good idea at the beginning because fat over lean. Don't want to do that really thick paint first. But I do love seeing the direction of his strokes. I like seeing how some are done with a palette knife. Some of them, like on the right-hand side here, they're very like gushy. Although I do really like the yellow face on the left. I feel like it just has a beautiful construction. And then the mouth on the right is like gooey, this white stroke coming down underneath the mouth. So that's what I'm thinking. Not so much the thickness of the brushwork, but more the variation of direction. Gooey. Maybe that's what I want for this painting. I'll have to see. But it's funny because if you look at the full painting, which is typically how you would see this if you looked it up online, you miss all of that texture. I've seen this painting in a million textbooks. And when I saw it at the Getty, I just was floored by this incredible texture. Like none of this is visible in the image of the full painting. So that's what I'm looking at for this piece. Okay. We got to do some mixing. Remember, slow. That's what we're doing today. Because this is one of the few times that I can just paint. Normally, when I'm at my desk, I'm doing 18 things. 3 people want things from me. And I want to be able to respond to everybody, but I guess that's the consequence of having a bigger following, is that we can no longer do that. I mean, for the longest time, our policy on our socials was, oh, this rag is horrible. I think I need a new one. Our policy was to reply to every single Instagram, YouTube comment, and we had to stop doing that because it was just impossible. I never thought we would get to that point, but we have. And keep in mind, everybody, I had the idea for Art Prof in 2014. It may seem like, wow, you're such a big channel. Guess what? We had years where nobody watched our videos because they were terrible. And tell us in the chat, what year did you find us? A lot of people found us during COVID. But I always think it's fun how new people are always finding us. Okay, I'm going to start. I want to do the highlights first, but maybe. Now let's do the highlights. It's the fun part. I'm just going to jump to the fun part. Okay, so we've got titanium white. I'll do a big blob. Oh, wow, this titanium white is gushy. Oh, wow. That's pretty soft titanium white. But it is stiff compared to the Geneva paints. Although more so is that the Geneva paints are very runny compared to Gamblin, which is a more typical type of oil paint in terms of how thick it is. Okay. I don't have Naples yellow. That's okay. I'm going to do, actually, I should squirt out my palette and show everybody how I usually lay that out, because I actually have all the colors here. So let me do that. And tell me in the chat, if you paint, do you squirt things randomly all over your palette? Or do you have a sequence or place that you put them in? Because, of course, whoa, that was like a fart. Oh my gosh, that was a juicy fart. Oh my God, the burnt sienna is like dripping. Ew. That's okay. The reason I like to put all my colors in the same place is I know where to reach for them. I don't have to think, where is it? So here, oh God, this burnt sienna is dripping everywhere. Okay, so there is my palette, and you can see it's white in the corner, cadmium yellow, yellow ochre, cadmium red, alizarin crimson, drippy. Of course it's burnt sienna, that's the color that's doing that. And then cerulean blue and ultramarine. These two mixtures and this, those are from the other day. Oh dear. Okay. Yellow. We're going to do a very mild yellow. Oh, that burnt sienna dripped into everything. I'm thinking I'll make this very pale, and then the second layer will be yellow glazes. So this is not going to have that sickly color anymore. That's going to take some time to get to. Okay, let's just do some swatches to see what that looks like. Maybe I'll put them near the nose. Ugh. Oh my God, that's so green. What the heck? It's like a neutral green. That's crazy. It's the magenta. The magentas make it so different. Okay, I need to take a photo of this and put it in the Discord, because this is such a great example of how colors impact each other. Okay, so there's a picture of the painting. Now let's take a picture of the yellow, which is on my palette. I'm going to put this into the Discord for everybody to see. That is nuts. It's the exact same color, and it's totally different here. Oh gosh, what do I do? Well, which direction? Let me try one that has more yellow. I'm just curious. I might just have to live with it. I don't know. Or maybe it's a good thing. I mean, I wanted to try this magenta for a reason, but you can see it's extremely dramatic. I don't know. Maybe I should add some yellow ochre. Maybe this is too saturated. Okay, let's try this one. This has more cadmium yellow in it. All right, let's try this. Oh my God, it's so green. That is nuts. Maybe I should do the shadows first. Oh, Neil says maybe you could block in the background first to knock down the visual strength of magenta. Maybe I should, because I was wanting to do a pale green in the back. And yes, this is true. Kathy says it's not going to be surrounded by magenta when you add more colors around it. Yes, Color Theory Live. You get to listen to all the stuff that swirls into my head. Yeah, Jade's saying, I wonder if it'll be okay once the other colors are there. It might, but I sort of want to try this anyway. Yes, Lulubelle, that was the fundamental reason I put Art Prof together to begin with, was to make the knowledge free and accessible to people who didn't have it. And honestly, at the time, I had no idea how gigantic this population was. And I've learned so much about our audience. What I thought was going to be on my audience was probably 2% of those of you who are here. And so I thank all of you for telling me who you are. That is crazy. 10,000 crows. 5 years. I can't believe we've been like, I still think of us as being a young platform. I'm like, no, we're not. We're like coming upon 10 years. Okay, thank you, Lulubelle. Christ's entry. See, I wasn't that far off. Christ's entry into Brussels in 1889. Thank you very much for that research. Oh, Frank Auerbach. Love his paintings. I've never seen one in person. I'm dying to see one in person. Oh, okay. Thank you, Manette. It says the goal is 20 super chats. There have been 12. It doesn't give a dollar amount. Well, I was setting the goal for 100 because, God, brushes are expensive, especially the big ones. So it looks like we need a few more super chats to get that going. Okay. Valenstein says you could play with the main color of the skin first, then you know what direction for the rest. Yeah, Merrick is saying I'd withhold judgment until there's more colors blocked in. Hmm. I don't know, but it's really bothering me. What if I don't know, but maybe I should just shut up and put it. Yeah, I'm just going to put it in. I think it's okay. Yes. Jade, I stall at this stage because the decisions seem daunting, but it will be okay. Just jump in. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. See, I can't paint without you. Okay. We're going to get a big brush in here. We're going to work on highlights. My favorite part of the human figure when I'm painting. Oh, you guys, my fingers are too oily. They're not working on my phone. Oh my gosh. Oh my god, it's not letting me expand. What the heck? See, it's Oh, okay. I guess my left hand works. My right hand was not cooperating. Okay, wide brush. This one's a little coarse. I think I'm going to go with this one. Gee, this one I don't like. I don't like the shape. I love filbers. Those are my favorite brush shape. Okay. I'm going to hold my brush like this. Let's put it in without any solvent, just because I'm curious. That might make it easier for me to make more unusual shapes. Okay, now I'm going to lean back a little. And we're going to just go in. Oh, maybe I should scrape this down. It's a little thick. Scrape that. It's super green. Oh my God. Wow, this should be a color theory lesson. Also, I'm going to press very light with my brush. I don't typically do that, but very light. So I'm going to vary the pressure. And I'm trying to make more shapes of color. Okay, so here I pressed down hard, I pressed less, and then I went fast. So it's more like you're trying to set up a rhythm. All right, so here we're going to go slow. Wow, that's weird. Now I'm going to squish a bit. Ugh. That is so green, you guys. Oh my God. I have to take a picture of this. I'll do a close-up too, so all of you can see in the Discord. It's really startling when you see all those differences. All right, so this is going into Discord. It looks like you guys are getting some great results. So Kevin says, KC, it looks more blue on the stream than in the photos. Yeah, that's the only thing is can't control the color as well as I'd like to, but this will have to do. Mice is asking, is there a way for you to see all the super chats? I'm pretty sure you've reached the goal of 100. Oh, well, that's cool. I don't think I can. Although it's probably because I'm in StreamYard. I'm not actually in YouTube right now. So maybe you guys can see it. I would see it if I was watching YouTube, but I'm not. Okay. Okay, this is not where I thought this painting was going to end up. You know something? I really like the light touch. Maybe I was just like too heavy-handed when I used to paint. This is so off the rails. But it's kind of fun, isn't it? Well, so that's the other thing is because I'm telling myself that this is a teaching painting. I'm using it to learn and to teach, that I don't worry as much about the outcome and I feel like I can change more things. So that's what I have in mind is I'm trying to get rid of the strokiness that I had the other day with the cherries. Now I'm trying to make strokes that change. And I'm doing them real slow. And I'm using very little pressure. Tell me in the comments, does this look very slow to you? Or does this look like a similar pace as what you typically do yourself? Yeah, so this is because I'm turning the brush. Okay, I'm actually here. So I don't know if people can see the connection between what I'm doing and the answer piece, but for me, it's sort of like squishing the brush around instead of doing like a stroke. Because I'm trying to get more shape than stroke in here. Okay. I don't really want to do the wrinkles just yet. Well, maybe I'll just do like one to hold it in place. So I'm painting slow. I'm not pressing with the brush as much. It's very, very light pressure. And I'm squishing the brush and trying to get more shape as opposed to a brush stroke. And to be clear, this is for me. This is what I feel I need to do better with. This is not to say that everybody should paint this way. It's something I'm playing with. Like that was very strokey. I don't like that. Ugh. It looks so weird. Oh my god. Never thought I would ever do a painting like this. It's because of Lauren. Lauren is the one. I mean, I do feel so lucky. I have such a great staff. And so many of them have been with me for years and years. Deepti and Lauren were at the very beginning. Okay, let's get in some of the hands. Fingers, rather, is what I meant. Here I'm going to try to follow more the line of the skin, where the skin is going. Oh, this got a little too wide. Need more structure in here. I don't know that I'm nailing this, but I definitely am doing a better job, I think. I think I was very strokey when I was doing those cherries. So this is a very strong. Okay. And here too, there's like a really strong highlight. Let's get this knuckle in here. It's a pretty important spot. I'll do a little bit back here. This really shouldn't be that bright though. but I just want to get that moment in there. Maybe articulate the top of the finger a little better. There, James Enser. I hope I'm doing you justice. All right, let's get a progress photo. And we'll put this into the Discord. So if anybody here wants to see a more accurate version of the color, this would be a good time. And I'll also do some close-up shots so you guys can see more the brushwork and what it looks like. I'm still trying to keep it pretty thin. I mean, there's a couple spots a little thicker. Okay. All right. Let's see what is happening in the Discord. So much activity. Whoa! Isn't that amazing, you guys? Oh, okay. So Rowan says this is what it looks like. There are 12 out of 20 super chats sent. Oh, okay. If they want to support the goal, they have to click the little bullseye, also circled in red. Okay, so this is what it looks like. Wow, thank you so much, Rowan, for sending that to me. That's incredibly helpful. Yeah, the way they do the goal is you have to set a minimum amount for the super chat. I set it for 5. But I think it's weird that they set the number of super chats, because if people send more than 5, you don't need as many super chats. I think I put in 20 because the reasoning was, okay, if people give $5, then we would need 20, but some people have given more. Thank you so much for that. Okay, let's scroll up and see the other pieces. Oh, Nani is starting a bird drawing with oil pastels. Birds are so funny. They just have the strangest textures and bodies. I think they're a really wonderful way to practice color and texture. Yeah, I think, Neil, now that there's more of it, it's starting to look less green. It's just that first mark, I was just really taken aback by that. Okay, this is from Neil. Time to jump in and paint. Who is it, Neil? Nice structural drawing. Look at, oh, guys, look at that jawbone. Sweet. Cheekbone. Wow. Knocking it out of the park with that anatomy, Neil. You have done your homework. Sarah says fur always takes longer than I think it will. Oh, but it's so worth it. Does everybody see? Oh, this cross hatching is just lovely. Super delicate, and it has so much depth. Nice work, Sarah. And Selena's starting back up. This is the tree painting that I was working on yesterday. And Selena's, thanks for sharing your palette. I feel like you can learn a lot by looking at somebody's palette. And then here's your painting, which is coming along so well. I knew at one point you were thinking it wasn't looking so good, but it's definitely coming together. Oh, wow, Michelle. Gosh, last time I looked at it, it was just lines. This is a beautiful area. Does everybody see this? This like blobby, juicy peach against the blue. Yes, these are the shop towels, everybody. These are the ones in the US. I don't know what they're like in other countries, but if they're blue and they're paper towel-like, that's probably what you are looking for. Okay. Hedge says, can't get the hands right, but I don't give up yet. Oh yeah, don't give up. This is the very early stage. Maybe what would help would be to get in some of the knuckles. They're a little bit hard to see, but the knuckles always help me find my place. Monique is learning pastels. And oh, here it is. This is Monique's pastel drawing. Oh, you've got some great lighting, Monique. Look at that. The structure is there, the highlight, beautiful big cast shadows on the face. And this is from Marie, oil pastel, works shown in progression. Wow, look at all the colors that Marie has packed into a small area. And I love how each line has its own personality. This one's sort of desperate looking. This feels more stable, gets more chaotic in the hair. Beautiful texture, Marie. That is so fun. I love that you guys are all here in the Discord. Oh, wow. Lisa says, I like the palette knife marks. Oh, I do too. Oh, and look at here. You can see the yellow that's underneath the green showing up. Oh, and Sketch Pause, Dave, finished the Caravaggio. Oh, that is a sweet feather. How did you get these tiny strokes, Dave? Is that an eraser stick? I mean, it almost looks like it's carved into the graphite. I love seeing the progress. See, it's one thing to share your work, but it's another thing to see work develop in real time and to see the progression. Because one of the things that I really like about our workshops is that you get to see the work in real time, and also everybody ends up with documentation that you probably wouldn't take the time to do if you were just making your work by yourself. And that's what the workshops give you, that structure to be able to do that and get real-time feedback. And a reminder, the upcoming workshops are realistic painting and digital painting. Those are all within a week. We still have a couple spots left. So if you want to register, the link is in the description below. All right, let's get back and take a look at the comments here. And a reminder, everybody, make sure you write question in all caps. It'll make it easier for me to look at what to answer. Oh, Dave says, I dented the paper and shaded. Oh, that's brilliant. You used a needle. The graphite doesn't fill the dents. Oh, that's amazing. Well, now we know you have to join, Barolina, since you bring it up. Of course he is. Does everybody see Hugh? I actually need to find a way to display him because I'm like, what do? Do I put a nail through his head? Because he's all folded. So who knows? Joanna is saying, what is the blue stripe on your brush? Oh, this? It's called, my brushes are so old and bad that they were all loose and I had to tape them together. Another reason I need new brushes. Yeah, that's all it is. Jen is asking, just joining, how are you liking the Gamblin paints? I do like them. They're not as creamy as Michael Harding, but they definitely have a lot of beef. Like I can feel the weight of the pigment in them. I haven't used enough of it yet, but I am liking them so far. I used Winsor Newton oils such a long time ago, but if I sort of remember, they were not as beefy as the Gamblins. The Gamblin paint feels like it's more robust. It feels more muscular than the Winsor Newton. But again, it's been so long, I'd have to work with it right now to tell the difference. Thank you so much, Rowan. And I'm so glad you guys are liking the marathon because the staff, we call it a quote, crazy Clara idea. And I have a lot of them. And so much of the time, my staff has to like scheme how to convince me because Mia and Kat, they went to the Eric Carle Museum. You guys may have seen some of the shorts that we posted. And they came to a staff meeting and said, okay, well, we were talking in the car about content and what we can do. And it was very funny because Mia was like, I told Kat, you have to tell Clara because she'll believe it more coming from you. Why do you think that? But it worked. They convinced me to do something. But so sometimes the crazy Clara idea is actually a good idea, but a lot of the times it is not. And so this marathon, this is a crazy Clara idea, but it sounds like it's actually working and I don't have to be talked out of it. Harry says, this looks unbelievably fast. And Selena says, this is a lot slower, but I've also been working on a smaller scale lately. Everybody's so different. Yeah, it's starting to look less green to me. I think that will also happen more when I get more colors onto it. Thank you, Neil, and thank you, Lulu Bell. We really appreciate your support. I could not do content like this without your help. So thank you, everybody. I mean, my biggest mistake is that we don't have a paywall. If we had a paywall, all of our budget problems would probably be solved. But then a lot of you would not have access to this content. Rowan says, do you get sore from these sessions? Oh, you bet. That's why yesterday I was like, oh my God, I have to go to the gym. And today I was like, no, I need to rest. But I think it will settle down because now that I've started all three paintings, getting back into them will be more. Because the last couple days I've had to do the underpainting, get the supplies ready. I've had to do the thumbnails. And so it's more work right now, but I think it will settle down. Reducing strain on the body. Oh, geez. I don't know a lot about that. I will tell you, though, and maybe older folks can share some, but I just have to keep moving. I think if I go even 2 days without going to the gym or taking a walk or something, it's like my body falls apart. And I don't remember that being the case when I was 30. It is definitely more noticeable now. Bo says, my first instructor, quote, painting is problem solving. You create problems and then solve them from start to finish. I think that makes so much sense. And a lot of people think about painting as this very romantic, oh, lightning struck me and I'm so inspired. But it is not like that for a lot of people. And I was talking to somebody in art club and they said that they felt that their analytical nature was not a match for drawing. And my answer to that was, well, maybe you need to make drawing more analytical. There's ways to do that. I just think sometimes we feel like we have to fit into this romantic way of painting. So tell me in the comments, how many of you are analytical and do you approach painting from a more analytical matter, or is it spontaneous and intuitive? It's not like that for me all the time. Sometimes it is, but I'm somebody who really likes to have a plan. Jazz says, do you pre-mix colors or mix as you go? Well, right now, I'm not doing it. I don't know why, because I usually do pre-mix my colors. Like usually I'll mix, if I'm doing a portrait, I'll mix like a highlight tone, and then I'll mix a basic shadow tone. And then I'll take those base mixtures and add other colors while I'm mixing. But yes, I do like to start with clumps of colors in advance. It just makes it so I can just paint. Because if I have to like paint, mix, for me, I feel like I'm a little bit fragmented, but it depends on the person. Anna says, discovered us in 2020 during the pandemic. It It was pre-vax, and I was very depressed and anxious. Art Prof is a lifesaver. Oh, I'm so glad to hear that, Anna, because while we are here for discussions and giving people information and tutorials about things like that, I do think there is so much being an artist that is our mindset and the community that we feel we need. I was telling my husband the other day that in the introductions channel in the Discord, so much of the time people join because they say, I don't know any artists in real life. I have never had an artistic community before. Yeah, and share here. Tell me in the comments, how many in real life artists do you know? I suspect that most people have none, or if they do, maybe they're not close by. I think it's very uncommon to be in a place where you have a lot of artist friends. I mean, maybe in New York. Like if I was in New York, yes, I would have a lot of artist friends there, but not in Salt Lake City, Utah. Okay, so Alexander's saying, not sure what you mean by analytical, but I usually have to draw something I see and just want to paint that. I guess, well, there's different ways. I think sometimes for people, they like to reason through all of their decisions. So they're analyzing, okay, I see this, I'm going to break it down that way. Or sometimes it's just in the preliminary work. Like I do a lot of preliminary work and I look and I question. And some people don't do that. Some people, they get out their brushes, they paint. That's not analytical, I suppose. Selena says, I'm in a creative crisis. When I was younger, I was super spontaneous. Now I'm purely analytical, wanting to get back to my younger ways. I know you can go back and forth with all those things. Thank you, Lulu Bell, for the super chat. You guys, for real, I could not do this marathon. Like all these supplies that I'm showing, there's no chance I could afford all of this on my own. Bookish Indian is asking about Utrecht oils. I've never used those before. And I'm so confused about the Utrecht thing because Utrecht used to be a store, but it is a brand. I don't know. Maybe somebody can explain because there used to be a Utrecht store in Boston, but now it's Blick because Blick ate up everybody, but there's still a Utrecht brand. So I don't know. What's that restructuring all about? Okay. Let's do some more. All right. Let's get in some of the shadows. Okay, so for this, I was going to do like a purple color. Let's try alizarin, crimson, and ultramarine. Ugh, where's my yucky rag? Okay. I'm not being that adventurous, by the way, with the colors right now, but that's largely because I think when you're just blocking in really big basic shapes, the color thing is not that important. For me, I'm really trying to get just the basic colors, so light and shadow, and then we'll go from there. That's very dark. That's practically... I'm going to save some of this because I will need that dark later, but I don't want it to be like that. I'm going to add a little bit of white, not that much, because I don't want it to get that. That's too... Actually, let me put in this color. This is like burnt sienna with a little bit of cadmium red. Although that feels very red. I think I want something more purple. Actually, let me try a swatch. Let's see. Might be okay. Like I said, it's so different. Oh, that's really red. Okay, I need some ultramarine. Ultramarine stirring up a lot of trouble in the comments for us. People saw Lauren's stream about warm and cool. Oh my gosh, this ultramarine's really thick. Wow. Yeah, I don't remember ultramarine being that robust, that thick. I feel like Gamblin would be really good for impasto because this is very stiff. I mean, not stiff like in a bad way, but just compared to other ultramarines I've used, it definitely has a thickness to it. Maybe that's better. Tell me in the comments, what's your favorite blue? I'm not sold on Prussian blue yet. We had a couple dates. They're a little rocky, but keep giving them a chance, and they're just not coming through. Although, you know what I really need? I need phthalo blue, because I was so scared of phthalos for so long. But yes, again, because of Lauren, I'm now excited about them. Okay, we're going to use another big brush, a filbert. And I think I'm going to do this one. I don't want the paint to be as thick. Let's make it sort of thin. And I'm copying this from Edward Hopper. If you look at an Edward Hopper painting, he has very thick highlights. And his shadows, some of them are very thin and washy. I was very surprised at just how washy. I mean, I knew they were thinner, but the difference is gigantic in an Edward Hopper painting. Okay, so a lot of solvent, because we're trying to see where this can go. And I'm going to start down here because this is where most of the dark is. That's fun. Yeah, I like keeping it. Let's keep it sort of washy. I'm not going to do a lot of dark stuff. So here I'm going to follow the strokes of the skin. Even at this early stage, stuff like that can be helpful. So that way you're not coloring in. I think sometimes there's a temptation to do that. I want to get the chin really well defined. I like this nice and thin. This is cool. I'm going to keep it kind of brushy. I sort of like that. Very different than up here, where the brushwork is a little bit more gooey. You know what? I'm going to go in it and I'm going to do the dark stuff first. And then I'll go in with something that's runnier. But this part especially, I'm trying to define the neck. Wow, we're 2.5 hours in. I feel like I can guarantee at this point that every stream, unless I really collapse, is going to be about 4 hours. I mean, just so I can say, oh, I streamed for 4 hours, so I can show off. All right, bragging rights, everybody. What are your bragging rights? What are some things you can do? Jordan told me he can do a Rubik's Cube in 1 minute. And he did it. He did it on the stream once. Because I was listening to NPR I think the interview was like with a scientist or something, and they were like, "I'm really good at parallel parking." I'm like, "Whoa, that's a skill," because I'm really bad at it. Okay, there's a very dark shadow which is underneath here. So that's the finger. And I do want to differentiate that edge. I sort of like this stuff. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to add more medium. Oh, I think I need way more. I got to work out some of the stuff out of my brush. Or I guess I could do stuff with the rag as well. Well, that's kind of fun. I mean, these are all basically neck muscles. And then here, it's sort of like a progression of the skin. More solvent. I don't know. After all this solvent-free painting, I'm like, dude, why would I go back to stuff with solvents? I mean, it is different. I'm not saying there's no differences here, but I feel like the convenience really outweighs how helpful this is. Okay, here there's a nice big shape. This is the hand. I am going to switch to a smaller brush. There's a couple spots in here that I think will be tough for me to reach. Oh, wait a second. I do want to get the eye socket. And this one too. This is a pretty dark eye socket. Okay, maybe the nose I can just lock in a little bit. I don't really want to do nostrils just yet. I feel like it's a little too soon for that. Oh, I need a little more. I think I didn't give myself enough chin here. Yeah, I need more of that. Let's just block that in. All right. Thinner brush to get in some of those areas and more solvent. I mean, I guess the thing I do like about the Gamblin is that I can make it thin, and I guess in the Geneva paints, it's like you can't get them thick. So I guess it would be a situation where I would use multiple brands, not just stick with one. Okay, this is a really dramatic shadow, this one that comes down. The eye, I don't really want to do too much on, but I do want to get in that eyelid, and there's this shadow that's here. You know, I think I'm figuring it out. I think what I'm trying to do is paint shapes instead of really strokey things. I think that's what it is. Because the strokey stuff, I think it's okay, but I think I've been doing too much of it. And tell me in the chat if there's one thing you would like to get better at in painting. What would it be? Is it your brush technique? Is it color? Is it lighting? Because I think we all have a list. Like, oh, these are the things that I would like to be better at. I think for me, it's brush technique. I mean, I always want to get better at color, but I think brush technique is something I really did not do well in art school. And I think it shows. You know, I am going to do the white of the eye. It's not really white, but I just want to put down like a base so we sense where that is. And that way I can fill in the lower eyelid, get that a little stronger. Okay, we need some shadow structures in the hand. Especially here, there's this one pocket of skin that's pushing across. This is very crunchy here because of the wrinkles in the skin. I think I lost it. Let's bring this back. Okay, and then down here, let's go back to the bigger brush. Well, can somebody explain the psychology to me? Because I can never figure it out. One of the tricky things about being on YouTube is how long should the video be? And I know everybody has a different take. Some people like 2-minute videos, other people like short, some people want a really long video, some people are like, no, 15. So we try to accommodate people in terms of time. So we have everything. We have some videos that are shorter and longer, and we try our best to do that. And we're not always going to succeed with everything, but it is something that we think about quite deliberately. Now, this is where I'm getting confused because people will say, oh, that's so long, I'm not going to watch that. So why are you guys watching such a long stream? Like, it doesn't match what is the typical YouTube advice. Most people will say, what? 3-hour, much less 4-hour stream? I'm not watching that. Is it the continuity? Because I think what I've discovered is that I really have to understand the psychology of the viewer. And that's not always the easiest thing to figure out. So the best way is to just ask you guys so you can explain it to me. Because all of the tips are don't make a long video. Nobody will watch it. Don't make a live stream because people who didn't get to watch it live will feel like they are left out. So what is it about these long streams? Like, why are you guys watching it even though the conventional advice is to not do that? You guys are my research team. You can tell me exactly what the story is. Because I had this moment, this was an important thing for me to understand, is I think for a long time, I was making stuff, but I didn't get why. Like, people would tell me, oh, do this with the video or do this format. And I'd be like, okay, but I don't really understand why. And for me, a moment dawned on me because I think a long time ago when I had less experience, people would always say to me, oh, everybody likes behind the scenes. They like the bad camera movement and everything. And for the longest time, I was like, why? Why would you like bad filmmaking? And I don't mean like it is bad, but like it's not like a movie where, everything's really, where you have a cinematographer and stuff like that. I just sort of assumed, oh, people must like that better, but it's not true. People like the more, I guess, shaky camera movement. And then it occurred to me later, I was like, oh, it's not a technical thing. That's not why. It's a feeling of being there. Like when Hugh Jackman, he posted this video. I loved it. I watched it like 3 times. It was him in a car, and he was watching something on his phone, and we didn't know what it was, but it was just him laughing for a minute. And I loved that video so much. I was like, oh, okay. And so then when I started thinking about it like that, I was like, oh, that's why. That's why people don't mind stuff that's not exactly cinematic looking. And in that moment, I was like, oh, I get it. I totally get it now. And it occurred to me that I wasn't really looking at my own behavior. I was thinking about it from a technique point of view, which is not the point of social media. I mean, it can be, but it oftentimes is not. And I think that's one of the reasons why people like it. They like feeling like they're there. And that's what I think non-cinematography looks like for a lot of people. It feels like you're in the cab with Hugh Jackman. Him and maybe a couple other people, I'm like, oh my God, I would faint. I mean, I did go see Aaron Tveit in concert, and I was hyperventilating. Plus, somebody gave me front row tickets because they couldn't go. I mean, guys, he was like 5 feet from me. That was nuts. Oh, this needs to be more. I need to draw a little bit more here. Okay, let's get a little bit on the shoulder because I think that is really missing right now. I kind of like what the rag was doing for me down here. It's sort of like a monotype, the rag. Somebody was doing a monotype in the Discord. Was it David? I have no idea. Don't trust myself to get all the names right. Okay. I guess the whole thing is that for those of us who are probably Gen X and older, like we didn't grow up with any of this media. And so it's just really foreign to us. Like we don't understand. Well, I don't know, maybe the Gen Xers and the boomers. Tell me if you agree with me. It's like a totally foreign language. Like it's hard for us to understand. Whereas for people who are younger, it's like that's just the way it was. Like you didn't have to see the change that we saw over the years. Okay, now it's looking less green. Good. I do need to get more of this opaque yellow down here. And of course, more here eventually, but not right this second. Let's see. And maybe let's get this finger a little bit stronger. All right, let's get a reference photo. Not reference photo. Documentation photo. Because I was one of those people, like I thought an Instagram photo had to be perfect. But now I'm realizing that the more chaotic, the better. Okay, I'm going to get some close-ups in here so everybody can see in the Discord what that looks like. And then we'll go to some comments. Okay. Let's see what people are saying in the comments. Exactly. I am from space. How did you figure that out? Rainbow says the psychological aspect feels like high school hallway or on the road driving. Anonymity. Art is a nicer community in general, though. It's work to keep a nice community. I mean, we're lucky that we have a very good Discord, but I think one of the reasons we have a good Discord, in addition to amazing moderators, is that we have people in there who are already being nice and supportive. And that makes everybody else also want to be nice and supportive. And I learned that in a classroom that it is up to the professor to create that atmosphere. And if people are behaving badly and you let it go, that's when things fall apart. And so we're very lucky that we have people in the Discord who model very good behavior, which I think encourages other people to do the same thing. Yes, Amanda, you have told me multiple times. Don't do that to me. Les Chicos says, you can't forward a live stream, yet we get curious what happens next. Often I will click through a video fast. Oh, that's a good point. You guys should see it. When I have a video and I'm like looking for one thing, I'm like, click, 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 click. I don't even like scrub through it. Like, I just want to see, like, do they tell me that one dumb thing about OBS that I want to know about deinterlacing? Most of the time when I'm looking at videos, I'm looking for tech things like that. So Lulu says, just started experiencing with oil painting on canvas paper. It's so fun. Oh my God. I mean, oils. Oh. I would tell people over and over again, oils are so amazing. And yet it's sort of the type of thing where you're just always in awe of the material, where you know in your head you like oil painting, you've done it before, but when you sit down, you are still in awe of what that material is like. That's how I feel about oils. I don't feel that way about all materials. It's sort of like Jordan and I are really obsessed with that 80s movie Coming to America. It has Eddie Murphy and Arsenio Hall in it. And we always say, we're like, that movie gets funnier every time. Like, we forget how funny it is, even though we know it's funny. We watch it and it's funnier. You know, most movies you get sort of tired after a little while. I'm like, no, every time that movie is more and more hilarious. So for JV says, we like to watch you in real time. We love art and seeing how artists work. Sometimes it's as simple as that. Yeah, my camera's been stable because I'm using my DSLR, and so it's on a tripod. When I'm shooting on site, I just do it handheld because it's too cumbersome. Oh, good point from Anna. I normally spend many hours alone in the studio. I love solitary art making, but this reminds me of art school. Love it. Scooter says, live stream is interactive. Being involved makes me want to stay and watch. Recorded versions, I prefer shorter. That makes sense. Mark says, advice is for general content and audience. With art, there's an audience for long content and live streams that don't work for other topics. That's very true, because what we do is slow and cannot be summed up. I mean, it can be, obviously, if you edit a lot, but really seeing the process. I mean, I think it's amazing to grow up with this. Okay, Gen X and boomers, do you remember you never got to see an art? The only artist we ever saw paint was Bob Ross. There was nobody else. And I would have died to have seen a contemporary artist doing something different. I mean, Bob Ross was great, but he's not that diverse. I mean, now at the click, you can watch somebody build a giant wood table with lacquer, and I cannot believe some of the things you can find. Josh says longer streams succeed more when longer videos fail is because there's live interaction in streams. I expect streams to be more about the journey than the destination, plus journeys can be fun. Oh, and they're messy. I think people need to see that. People need to see that being an artist is not boom, boom, boom. It's just the editing is like that, but the artwork is not. Yeah, good point from Harry. I think people now come to YouTube for long form content. Now with TikTok, short form doesn't make as much sense for YouTube. So YouTube is trying to compete, but the thing is, at least in the US, we don't know if TikTok is going to be here that much longer. So we'll see. But I know a lot of people are already moving over to YouTube because they're worried. And I do think YouTube is probably, in terms of discoverability, it is a better platform because we had videos that we made 6 years ago that are still getting views. Now on Instagram, once I post a reel, it's getting views for a couple of days, but then after that, that's it. Like it does not get more views. YouTube, I think, is better because you do have old videos that continue to perform well, or in some circumstances, we've actually had a video that was sort of dead for a little bit, and then all of a sudden it gets this big spike. That does happen not all the time, or as much as I'd like it to, but the fact that it's a possibility, I think is very different than Instagram and TikTok. So Jen says, I just like to feel I'm not making art alone. It's inspiring to me to watch these while I'm doing my own thing. I do the same thing on Twitch for artists I like when there's no new Art Prof videos. Well, I guess we need to make more. Just kidding. I can't do more. Okay, so Selena says, I feel like I'm hanging out with the person. Video doesn't feel like a friend. It feels like a video. Very cool. Great feedback, everybody. Ha! Harry's good at burning toast. We should ask my kid. My kid discovered that my husband doesn't burn the quesadillas. So now she wants him to make them. I'm like, good, I have to make them for you. I'm good at procrastinating, says Jazz. Lulu Bell grew up on a farm, used to make baby piglets. That is really good. Rainbow Unicorn aces interviews. Wow. I have to say, I'm pretty good at interviews by now. I wasn't before, but I'm pretty good at them at this stage. Rack Cross Studio says live streams are multidimensional. Community comes alive. Exactly. It's not just about me. People, I used to think it was, but it's not. Not at all. Okay. Let's get back into it. I think I need a background. Let's get that blocked in before I do more in the figure. And I was thinking pale green. Okay, let's see what I can do with that. We gotta clean up a little bit. See, the advantage when you have a bigger audience, just ask them what they want, because I never know what you guys want. And so when you tell me, it's just so fast. And you know something, this is weird that I felt this way before. A long time ago, like years, I always thought to myself, well, that's bad to cater to your audience, to just do what they want. I don't know, for some reason, I think this is the academia Clara speaking. I thought it meant I was not being true to my creativity. I'm trying to figure out what was the thinking behind that, because I don't think that at all now. Now I feel like it would be dumb for me not to make stuff for the audience. I mean, isn't that why I'm here? It's interesting. Things really change. So many things that I used to think I don't think anymore, or I've changed my mind about. And that's where sometimes our videos are very inconsistent. Like people will say to me, well, you said this thing in the video and you're saying this now. I'm like, yeah, because I changed my mind. Sometimes it's just like that. I mean, for me, the biggest difference is it's that I left academia. So coming here is a very different experience. It feels like the opposite. Oh man, that's like really muddy. Do I want mud? I think I just need, I think it's too light. Let's get some cerulean in there and some cadmium yellow to get more. Oh, wait, I forgot that the cerulean blue is crazy strong. Whoops. All right, let's just try it. That is, oh, that's way too dark, you guys. Yeah, I do not want that. Ugh. I don't like that at all. It's too dark. I want something light. I don't know. Maybe it's okay because it's just a base layer. This isn't remote. I mean, most of what I'm painting right now is going to get covered up. So I don't have to worry too much about things at this stage. You know what's funny? We're almost 3 hours in, and I'm like, oh, I'm just getting into the groove. I do find when I go to the studio, the first 30 minutes, nothing happens. I feel like I need time just to sit and listen and think. That time to think is very important for an artist. Having the space for that. Okay, let's try this color. It's really dark. Maybe if I put more yellow? I was thinking pale green before, but now I feel like that might conflict with the Daples yellow. Let's add some more yellow. I think it's got too much blue in it. It looks a lot like a light Viridian. I really do like Viridian a lot. Who here uses Viridian? It's a very beautiful bluish green. Although, Andrew Raftery told me about Terra Vert. Now that's a green I've never used before. And I'm curious about it. Because some of you may have seen he has a watercolor palette that's all green. Because he was working on some watercolors that had a lot of green in them. And I just thought that was the coolest thing. Like it never would have occurred to me to do that, have a whole palette of green. Okay, let's see if this is better. I don't know, do you guys think that's too dark? Does it need more yellow? I'm going to put this in the Discord so you guys can see the color differences. I don't know, maybe this is better. It's so hard to say. I definitely don't want the muted one. The muted one is bad. Okay, so that's the... I'm going to use a palette knife for this. Let's just see. I'm just going to scrape it in. Because actually, I really like doing palette knife, but sometimes I'm hesitant in the beginning of a painting because it takes so much longer to dry because the paint is thicker. But I don't know, maybe this will be fun. Wow, that is really hard to look at. It looks very bluish on the live stream. It's got more yellow. I'll take a photo of that. And then you guys can take a look in the Discord. Okay, so people are saying breathing paint says more blue. Les Chico says too green. Sonnet's asking, does anyone ever feel like they're going to mess up their painting if they keep going? Oh, yeah. You have to get to a point where you've done enough work that it feels like a loss if something happens. In the beginning, you don't feel that way because you don't have enough on the canvas for that to be the case. But yes. I mean, that's why I'm always pushing people to go further than they want to, because so much of the time, paintings are not bad, they're just not finished. That is a huge thing. Yeah, Amanda, it's so much darker. That was not what I was envisioning. I think it's too blue. I don't know. Yeah, it's that magenta, Bo. It looks like turquoise. What's that all about? I know it's the magenta's really messing with things. I mean, I'm almost at the point now where I sort of regret the magenta. I mean, I wanted to try it. That's important. Sun and Moon says maybe orange. Well, right now I just need to put something there. That is more, I like just to get rid of the magenta. So I'm just going to try putting some patches of it in some of the other spots. So I'm not really painting as much as I'm just putting the color there to see if I like it when it's distributed everywhere. Let's get a little more back here because this is the biggest green shape that I have. And you got to test if it's actually going to look good here. Is it a value? Like, do people like how dark it is? Because I was envisioning a pale green, but now I'm thinking maybe that pale green wouldn't be so good with the Naples yellow highlights. Now, see, I'm trying to figure out, am I saying I kind of like it because I don't want to redo it? Or is it actually viable? It's hard to separate value and color. Let's put a little slice of it here. I mean, it is definitely going to play off the maroon in the shadows that I was planning. But see, I can't figure out, is it working because of all the magenta, but the magenta might not be in the same quantity as it is right now. I mean, my feeling about color, when I make colors too saturated for me, that's a preemptive measure. Because I definitely do not naturally go towards saturated bright colors. So actually, tell me in the chat, how many of you here feel like you lean towards the saturated colors? Like Lauren, she's somebody who really is just fearless when it comes to color. I'm not like that. I lean towards muted earth tones. Like that's my natural demeanor. And so using a color like this is just so over the top for me. Because the thing is, the balance of saturation is very important. And I think you just have to sort of recognize, oh, okay, I'm somebody who typically likes bright colors, or I'm more into value. So that way you can translate the other things. I'm going to leave some of these patches of magenta. I'm not going to get rid of them all. I don't know that I want to keep this thick because I'm worried about dry time for the marathon. Like, I want to be able to get back to this, have it dry. So actually, you know, it's interesting. Me and my kid were going to do a collaboration together because I was thinking about illustrating some spooky stories because I was doing those fumage pieces and stuff. And so I had my kid write a short story, and she wrote a story about a robot. And I said to her, well, I don't want to do an illustration of a robot because I think I'm better at drawing organic things. So that's my lean, is towards organic. I don't lean towards architectural things. Okay, so no medium. I'm just going to go in and clean this up a little bit so we get to the edges. And also so I can smooth out some of the thick parts that I don't want to stay so thick. Especially here, this got really thick. I don't want that. Okay, so here I got to clean some stuff up with my rag. Got way too thick. And that would help me articulate the edge a little more. Well, I don't hate it. That's one way to think about it. I don't know. Jury's still out. All right, tell me, everybody, keep it or leave it. The green. Keep or leave. Let's just move the paint around a little more. I'm trying to get rid of these thick spots. Okay, let's see in a minute what people are saying, and I'll also take a look at the Discord. Okay, I'll get a photo of this as well. I hope it's helping you guys to see it in the Discord, because you can focus in a way that I think is quite different. Oil paint on my phone. All right. Let's see what people are suggesting. Oh, it seems like people want to keep. Oh, okay. This is an overwhelming majority. Okay. Thank you, everybody. Yeah. I think this is what it is for me too, Les Chicos. It has grown on me. Lisa says, I'm Jekyll and Hyde. I love gaudy and I wear only grays. It's so funny how, well, actually, I'm curious about this. So, you know that thing about how some artists, how some artists look like their paintings. There are some people who are like they're a walking version, like Lauren is one of those people, walking version of her painting. And other people's like not at all. So I'm curious, do you guys know any artists for whom that is the case, where like they dress like their paintings or artwork or whatever? So George says, I tend to like more muted colors. Josh says, I lean towards desaturated colors with only minor spots of saturation. And by the way, everybody, it is time, lurkers, to say hi. Just type hi. That's it. I love hearing from all of you. So Danielle says, I agree about making it darker. The pale green would compete with the tones in the face. Now it depends if having more neutral would be more beneficial or work on it later as time passes. Of course, Anna wants me to keep the magenta. I will, though, because magenta as a color is just really not in my palette. Awesome. Thank you, lurkers. Malia Ashton for Javi, Malia Avery. Thank you, Trix. Nancy says, most definitely keep it. Love the color exploration. You know something? This is what I should have done. When I was in art school and I was having a tough time with color, somebody should have told me to make these super bright underpaintings. If they had, I think I would have been way better. It also would have helped if I wanted to take advice. Oh, good point from Amanda, especially if it's not a color you typically use. Yeah, never. Oh my God. The only, well, I've used purple and Naples yellow, but the magenta and the teal, no way. Okay, let's take a look at the Discord. What is going on in there? Okay. Oh, Manette made progress. Originally planned to keep it loose and go in with ink for details, but I was having such a good time with the watercolor. Oh, I love the looseness. Oh, sorry. I didn't share my screen. Sorry about that. Ooh, you added the metallic color. And actually, I like this dark neutral green. Yeah, I'm glad you didn't get full out detailed, Manette. I feel like that would have started to look very picky, but the way that you have those loose strokes is really great. Oh, okay. I think I have to scroll down. And Marie says, I don't find the pace of the marathon slow at all. The process is taking the exact time it's supposed to take without including gimmicks to speed up or edit sections. Thoughtful process and self-talk gives me a realistic insight of what typically goes on during the artistic process. You know what I'm surprised about? That I've been so chill. I've had some live streams where I'm like, what am I doing? It's the end of the world. But maybe it's painting. Painting makes me feel that way. Scylla says, I guess I'm a slow painter. Right now, it takes me a week to a month to finish one painting and be happy with it. Hey, if anybody here thinks they're too slow, go watch the Andrew Raftery watercolor video we produced. Type in to YouTube, Art Prof Astonishing. I think for him, it's like 6 months on a painting. And they're amazing. I mean, they would never be made any other way. Oh, Nani finished the bird. Oh, I love it. This bird is so spunky. So much personality. Added a yellow background. Oh, whoa, Nandy, what are you working on? Wow. Nandy, is that gouache? Oh my gosh, there's so many layers in here. What a beautiful composition. And so many greens. It's great to see. Selena says, I think I'm done overworking it at this point. Oh, yeah, that's done. I love how these parts look very crunchy, but then here you've got that orange glow. That's a very beautiful thing to do. DB says, no work, more work. Don't have a clue what I'm doing. I mean, that's how I feel most of the time, but I do love these juicy strokes in the hands. Like they look all gnarly, which I think, given the subject matter, makes sense. Whoa. Oh my God, Lisa. Look at that palette knife work. And that deep, dark blue. See, I can't wait to get to the next layers. The first layer to me doesn't feel that exciting, but when I get to the second, third layer, it feels better. Okay, so Butter says, struggling to find paper I like tonight. Ended up using an old plan from my garden at work. Whoa, wait, what? That's your garden? I love that because this is analytical structure, but then you have these very soft, puffy clouds. Another butt has a really plump, I guess it's a bowl, but I just love this shape. It feels so volumetric. Oh, we've got a cat from Petra. Siamese bestie cat. Oh my God, look at those eyes. They're glowing. Okay, and we also have Anna working on acrylic and oil pastel study for my next oil painting. Oh yeah, I think I did see this one earlier, Anna. It's the one, the fire and the person. Rowan Beth. Oh, working on a mushroom. Look at oh, that's a beautiful area of muted colors, Rowan. Nice work. We have more progress here on the fur. Wow, I could just swim in all the cross hatching here. Feels so tactile. Oh, so Neil going for cool lighting. I don't know if I just made him look like a corpse. I mean, cool lighting, that does associate with that. I like the blue Neil. I think you just have to put it in a couple more spots. Okay, Salinas is asking which thumbnail. I would say not this one. It's very symmetrical. I think I like this one, the big diagonal. It feels very bold for composition. Hedge says, still not getting the hands, but I think I have to go to bed. Yeah, going to bed is important. Oh, I really like the strokes in here. Does everybody see how some of the strokes are very short and some of them are very long? I think that's very important to think about, the length of your brushstroke. Whoa, this is from Loose Beatty, watercolor practice, fun sketchbook memories of my youth at weddings. Oh, those are so playful. Oh, and we got some metallics in here. That teal. I guess today is all about teal, everybody. Here's another one. I think this is from Hepa Lesson. Oh, you are getting sweet shadows in there. Oh, they're so luscious. Wow, you guys are like having a major party in art marathons. This is just so much fun. Everybody, thank you so much for participating here. It's just really, really fun. Ashton says, painting gives me anxiety, but I love it. I know the feeling. And I wonder if it's just because we care so much about what we do. Hello, Daniel. So glad you could say hello. And also, Trix. Great to hear from you guys. We also have Violet Sky. Sun Moon is asking, do you like egg tempera? I only tried it once. I don't feel like I have a very good sense of how it really works, but I can say it was the most delicate paint I've ever used. More delicate than watercolor. And it blows my mind. It's like, how did those Renaissance artists do that? I mean, I can't imagine that an egg temper painting wouldn't just take forever and ever and ever. It probably would take just so much training. I mean, I can't imagine that I'd ever have time for it, but I like looking at egg temper paintings. I mean, they have an enormous just glow that you don't see with other paint media. Ashton says, have you ever done screen printing? I have not. I mean, outside of like, oh, let's silk screen t-shirts at summer camp, that type of thing. It's the one area of printmaking I have no experience with from a professional point of view. But I think some of you saw that I went to Powerhouse Arts, and Luther Davis, who runs the print shop there, does amazing work with silk screening. So I had a lot of fun visiting there and hearing about the process. Deb is saying, this session has really taught me to slow down, think about color and technique more, and calm down to enjoy it. That's great. I don't usually associate the word calm with me, but I'm very flattered that you're looking at it that way. I do think a lot of art making is decision making. Do you decide to add red? Do you decide to add yellow? How thick? But sometimes, like you guys told me, just jump into it. Sometimes you don't have to spend that much time thinking. It just depends on how much you want to drive yourself nuts, which is usually what I end up doing. All right. I'm going to move my painting a little bit more. I'm sorry I can't move my head. That's just the structure that StreamYard gives me. I can't do that, but maybe this helps you guys a little bit more. Okay, time to step back. Step back with me. If anybody here is working, oh, that's a good time for a stretch as well. Okay. Well, I don't like the left shoulder. Let me wipe some of that away. I think it definitely is like way too small. No, I think it just looks so tiny. I was trying to change the contour. I think a little bit. See, this is the type of thing I don't see it well when I'm sitting down. Okay, that's better. I feel like the finger on the left is too short. And I'm going to change that just because it doesn't look good in the painting. Like maybe it actually is like that, but I feel like it's too... Actually, this feels good to stand. Maybe I'll just stand for a little bit. Does anybody here stand when they paint? Or do you rather sit? I actually would prefer to stand. For me, it's a matter of space. Yeah, this feels better. I think I was sitting for too long. If you guys don't mind, I'm going to do this for a little while. Oh, the hand is too small. This should be... It's getting kind of muddy, but I'll get it back. I think I need something a little bit sharper so I can really define where this is. Yeah. Oh my God, that got so small. What the heck? Okay, this should get moved all the way down here. Oh, this is good. I think I'm going to stand more. I have to adjust my webcam for next time, but... So here, I'm not really painting. I'm more just fixing things. Is that better? Actually, I can tilt my easel a little more. Okay, let's sit down again. Well, that was really helpful. I'm so glad I did that. Okay, actually, I haven't looked at the reference photo for a while. Let's pull it back. For tomorrow, I might change the setup a little bit so I can stand more, because I do prefer that. It's just it's not really the easiest thing with the computers and everything. I don't know if people saw my setup, but let's just say I can't move that much. Or going to like knock something. Well, you guys did see me knock over my mic like 3 times already. Okay, I'm going to go in with the very dark purple. And we're just going to fix up a couple spots that have been tricky. So this is more of a drawing thing that I'm doing right now. Because I do think that I spent way too much time drawing with paint. I think that's where, again, it's like my brush technique, I think, is weak for that reason. But I still am going to not be strokey. Well, I'm going to try. Who knows if it's going to work. Actually, this brush is too small. I'm going to use a bigger one. I can also tell my brushes are getting super muddy right now. Oh, I'm missing this. This! How did I leave that out? This big chunk of shadow. It's a big part of this whole stretch of his skin. It's very elastic the way it is. Yeah, this whole area here needs to come down. How did I leave that out? Okay. I think I'm losing this finger. I got to bring it back. Maybe I need to do another mixture of the white Naples yellow like color. Oh, getting tight again. It's bad. Need to loosen up. So we actually do have a workshop coming up called Loosen Up Your Art. And it got me thinking about how everybody has a different definition of loosening up. Tell me, what's your definition of loosening up? Does it mean being more gestural? Is it a composition? For me, I think about it in terms of gesture, in terms of how loose is my stroke. Because I do think, as somebody who started out really wanting to paint realistically, I'm definitely not like that anymore. I think I did spend a lot of time making like very realistic images, and that's what I wanted to do for a long time. It's not really what I want to do now. Huh. I'm trying to figure out exactly what to do here because things are getting really muddy. Although I am starting to get another tone in there, which is good. Do want that. I gotta fill in this. This is not good. And this better be better defined. Ugh, I don't like that hand. I think I better do some of that teal around the hand. I think it's just getting really confusing here. I don't know. The hand is just so awkward. There's this one structure that I do want to get in there. I think it was important. Yeah, definitely need some phalanges. Those are the bones in the hands. Okay, I probably need to go back and mix more of this because it's so muddy at this point, which is okay. I don't mind the mud for now, but it needs to change for later. Okay, I really got to fix up this neck though. This neck is like falling apart. I think it's mostly that I'm losing these wrinkles. Ugh, I don't know. It's starting to feel really muddy. Ugh. You guys know that point where it just like boom feels like mud everywhere? I think I need to do some rag work. I had a lot of fun doing rag stuff. I felt like it was a way to bring some things together that were feeling fragmented earlier. And I do like the way this glaze looks on top. Like, that's kind of cool. I like some of those strokes. So tell me in the chat, what have you done during this stream? Tell me all the things you've done. Maybe you watched a movie at the same time. I just find it so funny to hear about people's lives. We all have such different lives. And I do think that ultimately, I mean, yes, I'm here to teach and stuff like that. But it's so fun when I hear about people's lives. I feel like that is one of the best parts about teaching is just you meet so many people from so many places and just hearing people's stories and why they do what they do. And especially, I think, because so many of our audience, so many of you did not choose art as a career and came to it another way. So, yeah, actually, tell me that. If you are not a professional artist, which I think is most people here, why did you pick up art and how? What was the thing that got you interested? I think I need more up here. Yeah, I'm just like throwing mud at this point. Okay, it's rag time, everybody. Oh, wait, you know what I should do? Uh, maybe I'll do this. Maybe I'll go through with a brush that is dry and let's just like pushing it around. So Scooter says, please define professional. Oh, I guess I mean that you have a degree in studio art. You went to school, you have an MFA, something like that. Because certainly you can be a professional without those degrees, but I guess I'm thinking in terms of like formal training. Yeah, thanks for asking. Okay, yeah, let's use this. We're just gonna, oh, shoot. Okay, that is not a dry brush. I thought it was dry. Did I work it out? Okay, let's see. All right, now I'm gonna get some of these strokey things to interact a bit more. I'm trying to get the brushwork to feel more lively, I guess. And by the way, I'm not looking at the reference right now. I just feel like it would make me get tight. It's more fun when you get to, I guess, make up some of the strokes you're using. Oh, I lost his eyebrow. I gotta put that back for sure. There's his eyebrow. I forgot about that. Actually, this one should be bigger. There, that feels a little more solid. Okay, let's keep pushing the paint around. I keep not holding my brush the right way. I just want to have more connections. I feel like some of these feel very fragmented. And who knows, maybe the magenta will disappear. Okay, I definitely need a little bit more of that white. So I'm going to mix up just a small amount. I just got to bring back a couple of the highlights. Yes, Ginger, I'm still going. I don't know. I mean, do people feel like this seems like a really long time to paint? Because for me, it doesn't really feel like that long. I feel like if I wasn't doing comments and stuff like that, I probably would be painting even longer than this. And I am so appreciative that when I went to art school, I was given hours and hours to paint. It's just my lifestyle has not made that possible in recent years. Ultimately, one of my kids will come in and tell me to do something for them. So the interruption thing is real. I lost like all the highlights here. It's so bad. Oh, is it so thick? Like, maybe the paint is too thick for me to add more. I think it is. It's just, I feel like I lost the inside of this hand. But maybe that's okay. I could come back and work on it. And I will. I mean, I'm hoping that each of these paintings is able to dry enough to give me the chance to work on it again during the marathon. Okay, let's do some rag work. All right, just connect some of these things together. Like, especially where the pink really feels like it's in the way. I want to get rid of that stuff. Oh, that's kind of cool. Do you guys see that? Oops. By removing, ooh, I like that. It's kind of like what happened yesterday where I removed some stuff and so the magenta showed more. I did that. Oh no, I did that in the cherry painting where some of the red was showing through. So I don't think I exactly went full out James Ensor here, but I did do something new. I can guarantee that. And to me, that's very valuable when I'm learning to say I tried something different today. Ugh, my rag is gross. I think I'm starting to get some cream in there. That's bad. I am a big fan of rags, though. It's my best friend when it comes to painting. Oh man, it is getting so muddy. Yeah, that's kind of out of control. Okay, let's see what people are saying in the chat and in the Discord. Let me get another photo of this one as well and also some close-ups. I hope you guys are liking the close-ups in the Discord because that's something I never did before. In the live streams, previous ones, we always had a chat after. But now I'm like, I feel like we should do all the art alongs like this. So that way I can share the pictures with you, but also so you guys can share more. Maybe that's better. Yeah, this hand is so muddy, you guys. Oh my god. I want to do more rag. Just the second you're like, ah, good stopping place. Like, no. I just want more like liveliness in the direction of the stroke. I don't know. I feel like it's really smeary looking right now. But then again, I guess that's kind of the point. Okay, let me upload those to the Discord. I'm going to stand back. Let's look at it. I kind of like that, where the magenta sort of pops. I'm trying to figure out. I feel like I want to just smear the magenta so it doesn't look like it's like in between. Because I like the magenta popping out, but I don't like it where it looks like it's just left over. Okay, gotta do the nose. The nose is bothering me. Ah, so hard to let it go. The nose is flat. There should be more structure here. Oh, and I guess this needs a little more dark back here. That way the nose will really pop better. All right. There's probably another thing I'm going to do, but let's see what's happening in the comments and also in the Discord. Okay, some really cool things happening here. HEPA lesson. Oh my gosh, you really layered up the paint. Nice. It's so chunky. Like, look at this one spot. It's like up and side and down. Oh, this is just so thick and rich. Selena sketch. Oh, okay. You got the thumbnail on there. Fantastic. Yeah, you did a great job mapping it out. It seems like it's very faithful to the thumbnail. Sarah says, Clara, this looks so good. It was hard to appreciate it from the stream alone. Very dynamic brushwork. Oh, good. I know the stream doesn't totally represent what it looks like. You can see it better in the photo. Okay, and Petra has a, is it a watercolor? Oh, I see. See, this is what I'm after. Does everybody see these like little spots that you can see? I mean, nothing is ever going to substitute seeing an artwork in person. But I've been very surprised at how much you can do documenting the work so people can appreciate that. Because most of the time, when we look at artwork online, we're just seeing the piece. So another example of that would be when I saw the James Ensor piece at the Getty. When you see this picture online, you get no sense of the texture. But then when you see it in person, you do see the texture. And the thing is, you'd have to go there to photograph like this because the museums, for good reason, aren't able to do that. And so this is something that I always make a point of doing. Anytime I'm at a museum, I always like to take really close-up shots because this provides an understanding of Ensor's painting that you just can't get from this. And I really do feel like in the Discord, because you guys shoot, number one, so many photos, you shoot details, we do get a lot closer to what it would be like in person. Nancy says, can't wait to see how this looks. Looking at the reference you're using, I'd never in a million years thought you'd have used these colors. Yes, it is very different than my usual work. You're not lame with color. Come on, Nancy. I've seen your stuff. James says, this is so cool and inspiring. Fantastic. And Petra has another. Oh, wait, I think this is tilted. Okay, from the one that I saw earlier. Okay, got it. Lisa says, progress has slowed for me. But I think that happens. I think when you work on a piece, the more and more further along you get, the slower your pace becomes because the decisions are smaller. They're not as dramatic. But I do love this. The interaction is just so quirky and strange. What a great scene. Okay, and DB also, oh, you're getting some nice, wow, look at the floppiness of the wrinkles. He's so stretchy. Really great articulation there. Tara, struggling to do the wrinkles. I know the wrinkles are hard because some of them are taut, like the ones his fingers are making, but in the neck, they're sort of saggy. And sometimes it helps to try to think through the difference there. It's so fun. I love seeing everybody's progress in here. It's just very satisfying. I know this sounds very silly, but sometimes as a teacher, you have a class of students and they make stuff and you feel like you made it. I mean, not like physically, but because you were a part of that process, it is satisfying in that way. I really, really like that. Butter says, I'm grating horseradish. My eyes are watering too much to read the chat. It's like, have you guys ever gotten an onion that was really intense? Like, I've had onions, they make you cry, but I had this one onion that my eyes were like puffing and bursting with pain. Like, I'd never had an onion like that before. Yeah, nice support, everybody, that you're giving each other. That Jewy Jesus chick says Lisa's piece is amazing. Scooter is saying, what if you add more magenta intentionally? I could. Maybe in the next layer. Bookish Indian says, is it cold in your studio? Sounds like you're sniffly. Hope you're feeling all right. I don't know what it is, but I think sometimes when I have to sit and talk for a while, I get like that. But I'm not, like, I don't have a cold. I'm not sick or anything. Oh, Nancy says dioxazine purple or bright red will make it less sweaty. I'm not so worried about the muddiness right now because I know this is just the first layer. Bo says, thought I'd be an artist, but freaked out and completely quit at 19. Started back up for real at 59. My community college instructors were like an all-star team. Risty Chicago caliber. That's so fun. Jade says, art to grade 12, then became a teacher. Love creating and visual art. Now just graduated from medical school as an art therapist. I finally get to work with art. Oh, that's amazing. I don't know a lot about the art therapy field, so that's really cool to hear about. George says, engineer and lawyer by training, turned to art to explore the world around me, started with photography, now learning drawing and painting. Oh, I think being an artist is one of the best ways to explore the world because you slow down and you notice things. So much of being an artist is seeing something, noticing a color that maybe you see walking down the street. I think it's really fun. Val says, these streams make me feel like I take too long to paint. Not at all. I mean, I'm not even close. This is, I don't know how long this would go eventually, but this painting needs a lot of work. Ha! I'm so impressive, Ginger. So Scooter says no official degree or training, only studied at the School of Hard Knocks and YouTube University. I mean, doesn't it blow your mind what you can learn on YouTube? I think it's truly extraordinary. I've seen my husband do so many things. You guys may have seen he was in that short where he was doing welding. I mean, that's all YouTube videos. He just figures it out. Oh, Ashton, undergrad art major with a concentration in printmaking. Fantastic. Tiffany's, my earliest memory is painting a white dresser that my dad had picked up somewhere with every one of his acrylic paints. I was like 3. I'm a nurse, never took art classes, but I've always painted. Isn't that so amazing? Something that you experienced at such a young age, you remember. And it makes me wonder, what do my kids actually remember from their childhood? I mean, I remember all of it, but of course they are young and maybe don't remember a lot of things. I love this rainbow unicorn. I was bad at everything. Art is so beautiful to fail at. Lots of fun in a poetic way. I know, that's why it just feels so tragic to me that so many arts classes are cut in schools or not prioritized, because I understand that it seems like certain fields are more profitable. I mean, certainly doctors and lawyers do way better than your average artist. However, art is a safe space for a lot of kids in school that they may not have for math and science, was for me. And I think that can count more in a way, because I do think that part of growing up is feeling like there's something in your life that you can do, that if you feel like you're failing across the board in all your academics, it's not a good feeling. I'm not just talking like academically, but just like emotionally. And for a lot of kids, the art room is a very important space for them. It certainly was for me. And I just so wish that there was more understanding of that, that art may not get you into an Ivy League school necessarily, but it can be, for some kids, the only place they feel safe and that they feel confident. Oh, it's not just me. Okay, Val, there's an explanation. When I read out loud for a long session, I get sniffly too. Has to do with your sinuses feeling more pressure from speaking for a long time. Really? Oh my gosh. That must be it. Exactly. I mean, Phoenix, I love that you're sharing this with us. As a quiet kid, art was my voice. I did that all the time when I was in art class. I didn't talk. All the other kids were like, "Yay, it's social time." I'm like, "No, I want to do my art." And I never felt that way about anything else, because I was not terrible at academics, but I definitely wasn't one of those kids who like excelled academically. And so I needed that space. Thank you so much, Nancy, for that super sticker. Everybody, thank you for helping me get those art supplies so I don't have to paint with horrible brushes. You guys are amazing for supporting me in that way. Actually, you know what's funny, Rainbow, is Lauren was thinking about being an engineer, but is an artist. It's so funny the way there's so much overlap there. Okay, everybody, we have to take a look. Let's see where this is at. This is called Stand Up and Stare at Your Painting. Oh, I feel like the head is too short. Hang on, let me turn on the other view. This head up here. Oh, no, 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 no. Yeah, he definitely doesn't have enough substance back there. Ah, better. I like that. I don't like the neck. The neck is bothering me. Maybe I think it needs to be just a little wider. A little bit darker too. Oh, that's maybe too dark. Let's wipe that down with a rag. Oh, that's better. Okay, yeah, that was definitely not wide enough. Did I totally lose that finger? Oh my god, I did. I gotta put it back. Yep, that needs more dark. Move that around. This transition is too hard. Ah! No, 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 no! Wrong green. I don't want that. No, no, no. Oh, I still am not happy about this shoulder. I don't know. There's something weird about this connection here. Maybe it's just the edge is not defined well. Something's wonky here. I'm just trying to work on the contour silhouette of this. Oh, it's super muddy. All right, I gotta look at it one more time. Can't leave it alone. All right, everybody. Is it time to walk away? Tell me in the comments. I think it is only because it's getting so muddy and I have to clean my brushes type of thing. Yes, excuses, excuses. I know. Get some close-ups. Not quite James Ensor status, but he influenced me. Doesn't that count? Oh man, I gotta clean my phone. Ugh. Oh my god, all night, Jen. Maybe I could do something very dramatic on the last day. Would you guys watch that? Would you watch like an all night stream? It reminds me of art school. Has anybody noticed when you stay up really late, there's this moment where you're so freaking tired, and then everything's just really funny. I mean, I haven't done that for a really long time. Stay up very, very late. I hesitate because I know I'll pay for it the next day and I'll have all these things I need to do and I'll be a horrible grouch. Neil, don't egg me on. Wait, what? Jessica 20. Okay, 24-hour. I'm not doing that. But I could do a late night stream. Maybe that'll be like the last day or something. Yes, it definitely needs to dry. I feel my brushes are just a wreck. Yes, I know. Oh my god, you guys. Don't make up a crazy Clara idea for me. I already have enough of those going on in my life. Remember, everybody, there are spots open in our realistic painting workshop, also in digital painting. Those are coming up next week. But we also have pets and animals in color, cloud landscapes, loosen up your art. These are workshops where you get to work with me on voice for 2 weeks. Thank you, everybody, for watching, and I will see you tomorrow. Bye.